2, 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021. It is now 5:06 p.m. At this time, I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. At this time, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Briones. We have Member Salazar Seagrass.
Present.
Thank you. Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
Member David Diaz.
Here.
And Member Carlos Salcedo.
Present.
And Member President Briones.
Present.
Okay, all are present.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, we're going to recess into closed session. Legal counsel, if you'll read us in.
Thank you. Closed session tonight is pursuant to item A, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. 2 matters. I don't know if anybody submitted any public comment for this item.
Let me check the comment form really quick. And Dr. Zuniga, if you can confirm if you received any public comments on these items or this item.
We have no public item, no public comment for this item, sir.
Okay, so at this time, we will recess into closed session and we will return as close to 5:30 as we can.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. It is now 5:42 p.m. We are reconvening into our regular session. At this time, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call of the board.
Thank you. We'll start off Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Present.
Mr. Padilla,
Here.
Mr. Diaz,
Here.
Mr. Salcedo,
Here.
and Mr. Briones.
Present.
Thank you. All present.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, Ms. Macias, if you would like to lead us in the flag salute.
May you unmute?
Ms. Macias, are you on mute?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here I was already thinking everyone was repeating after me. Okay, I'm sorry. Place your hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
to the
to
flag
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it
which it
stands,
stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Thank you, Ms. Macias. At this time, I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda.
Move to approve today's agenda.
Moved by Mr.
Second.
Padilla, seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion or amendments? Okay, seeing none, if there's no objection to a 5-0 vote, agenda is approved. Moving on to public comments. I do believe we have some public comments that have been submitted tonight. Let me just refresh the page. So we have one public comment tonight from Abraham Ortiz. He's a paraeducator at Rosemead High School. And Mr. Ortiz submitted the following. Honor, dignity, and respect. How much are these worth? Adjust for the rate of inflation. Medals and citations are awarded to people who show tremendous courage, sacrifice, or loyalty in the line of duty. A recognition of the exceptional service that goes above and beyond what is required, expected, or safe. The additional pay the district is proposing is one such laurel. It is an appropriate response, and we are grateful for the recognition and recompense. However, a full response to all staff who were present on campus or digitally during the time between March 4th, 2021 and June 4th, 2021 would be more appropriate. Yes, the people in the classroom had the most proximate exposure to the elements, but who cleaned and disinfected the classroom afterwards? Who was in a vehicle driving students to and from their homes and school sites? Who was in the offices receiving family members of students who could not sign digital documents? How much risk was involved by just leaving the house? How much anxiety was suffered by those who had to learn to work from home, care for their family, and maybe even become the only source of income? Every investment by this district into their employees is a surety and a sign of trust that will continue to inspire the courage, sacrifice, and loyalty that make this institution a pillar of the community. I'm asking this board for help in securing our additional pay to all CSCA members, a soothing balm that can alleviate some of the anxiety for the future. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for your comments submitted to the board tonight. With that, Dr. Zuniga, did you or staff receive any other additional public comments?
No other public comments, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. And that concludes public comments. Moving on to section C, information, presentation, and recognition. Item number 1, recognition of District Parent Volunteer of the Year and each school's parent volunteer for 2020-2021. Dr. Zuniga, I'll hand over the presentation to you.
Wonderful. Thank you. As the presentation is going up, I'd like to formally welcome everyone. I wish everyone an opportunity to be present because we have outstanding parents that deserve the recognition today. And with our annual Parent of the Year selection, we have also our District Parent of the Year that will be featured and presented to you. And throughout the year, we understand that these parents, although it's been a pandemic year, a year of distance learning, our parents continue to not only improve on their skills, but also support the schools. And what I mean by support the schools, I mean by being engaged, being informed, being out there, spreading the good word about what we are doing as a district and how to help other parents as well. I think it's one of the key things about a parent that they're not only helping their own children, they're there for all of our children at El Monte Union High School District. And we are honored to have these parents here with us to be recognized, as this is something that our district feels that's important and relevant to our LCAP goals, that parent engagement is critical and key, along with our family engagement as well. And joining us this evening, we also have some of our principals who are here, as well as our assistant principals that are going to be introducing the parent and highlighting some of the accomplishments and information that we were able to receive from the parents too. So welcome everyone. We will first start off with Royal High School as our parent volunteer presentation to you. And I have also our principal from Royal High School, Mr. Flores. Gabriel Flores is here with us to introduce his parent. So good afternoon, Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members, everyone that's here in attendance this evening. And thank you for the opportunity to recognize our parent of the year. And our parent of the year is Miss EVELYN PREDMORE. EVELYN is our PTSA president. She was our PTSA president 2 years ago as the pandemic first hit, and was our PTSA president this past year as well. So she did serve and do everything in her power to keep the program afloat. And we know that those of you that know Arroyo has been, we've had a strong PTSA for several years now. So Ms. Predmore did everything that she could to keep it going strong. Helped us out with WASC during our November visit, was actively involved and truly advocated for the school. In addition to that, she's a very busy mother. Not only does she support us, she's actually the PTSA. She was the council president for the local area PTSA. So she was serving two roles at that time and also attending other PTSA meetings. Just a pleasure to have. As I mentioned before, during this pandemic, she still managed to keep our scholarships going, and we gave out several scholarships because of her leadership and making sure that she brought us all together to make the proper selections for our students. We're just happy to know that she has, I believe, a sixth grader, so we will have her at Arroyo High School for several years to come. She has given me her word that she will continue to support Arroyo High School, the students as well as the parents. So with that, I'd like to say congratulations to Ms. Predmore, so well deserved. Thank you for all that you've done and what you continue to do for not only the Arroyo students and the Arroyo parents, but for the community as a whole. Thank you, Ms. Predmore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. And I'm going to provide Mrs. Predmore the opportunity to say a few words if you wish, and then we will go ahead and present you with your certificate.
Sure. Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Flores for always supporting us at Arroyo, Dr. Zuniga and Mr. Cecil for coming to council meetings, and also Ms. Segrist because she's always acompañándome at all the meetings. We got Arroyo, council, first district, everywhere. So thank you so much for that. And also I want to say hi to Ms. Norma Macias, my tia Marina Morales. That's all. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, she's my godmother too.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Predmore. And just a side note that, just being part of the El Monte Council and joining you to provide the superintendent updates on a monthly basis, I just observed your leadership there as a PTA parent that just advocates for no matter who. It could be other schools, it could be any school within our community, and you're there for them. So just an amazing job that you've done for the PTA Council. But I'd also know that according to Mr. Flores, that you continue to do everything that's necessary at Arroyo High School to support them. So congratulations to you, and we deeply appreciate all of that you've done for many years, and also the years to come too, according to Mr. Flores, that this will continue. So we have a certificate for you. I'm sure, hopefully you have received it by now. If not, it should be coming in soon. And I'm going to read the certificate to you. This is a certificate of recognition presented to EVELYN PREDMORE. And this will be for Arroyo High School for being selected as the 2021 Arroyo High School Parent Volunteer of the Year, and for your countless hours of time and dedication to the success of the students and school. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees, and have all the Board of Trustees signatures on there. And again, we sincerely appreciate all that you do. So congratulations for being selected as our Parent of the Year this year.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're going to go on to our next parent now, and then we will have the opportunity for our board to congratulate all our parents all at once. and then we'll go from there, okay? So let's go on to our next parent, and I believe it'll be from Fernando Ledesma High School. And I'd like to introduce Fernando Ledesma's Parent of the Year, and also here to introduce our parent is Mr. Freddy Arteaga. I believe I saw him.
Yes, I'm right here, Dr. Zuniga.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Arteaga.
Good, good. It's a pleasure to introduce our Parent of the Year, Wendy Berry, who is here with us tonight. And this year was a little bit different for Fernando Ledesma because we didn't have a whole lot of activities going on. And sometimes we really get to know our parents, our new parents that come from the comprehensive high schools through the activities we have. But Wendy Berry stood out to us, and we were able to select the Parent of the Year in a different way this year. Barry's daughter, Ariana Alvarez, is in our independent study program. And we saw Miss Berry as a very, very supportive parent for her daughter as she came to us, a shy young woman, and has now excelled to become an AE student in our independent study program. But that just doesn't happen overnight. That happens because Wendy's support for her daughter carried over to Fernando Ledesma and to our independent study program. During COVID, Wendy was very supportive of her daughter, and she stayed on top of all her studies. And not only that, but because she's got such a kind heart, during COVID, she would show up when she was able to, when her daughter had to drop off her homework, and bring us artwork, crafts. She brought us snacks, and she even brought her new puppy to show us from the other side of the fence. And what that did, that lifted our spirits, and it created a very good atmosphere at our school and kept us going and kept us very positive and always wishing us positive things, and really just kind of reminded us that, you know, there was going to be a light at the end of the tunnel through the whole experience. One of the things Wendy likes to do, if you want to get to know her a little bit, she loves her animals and she loves going to Las Vegas. But more than anything, it was her spirit that was very infectious, and it was her positive attitude that helped us carry. She was one factor that helped us get through those tough times during COVID when we were alone at the school and there was a few of us there. She just did everything she could to keep our spirits up, and it reminded us that people like her in our community really is what make it happen, and is why we do everything we do. So Wendy, congratulations, and I appreciate everything you did for us during some very difficult times.
Thank you, Mr. Arteaga. And I know that you said that Ms. Berry is here. If you are here, Ms. Berry, would you like to say a few words?
I would just like to thank Mr. Freddie and Ms. Holt and Ms. Kendall and everything that Ledesma has done for my daughter this year. And I appreciate them selecting me for this award. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I see your daughter. Would you like to introduce yourself as well?
Ariana, you there? She's a great artist, and she's a little shy, but when she's getting to talk a little bit more. Say hello, Ariana.
Hi, Ariana.
She's there. She said hello. She's shy,
Yeah,
but she's a great artist. Your artwork.
That's okay. That's okay. We're just happy that you're here supporting your mama and congratulating her alongside with us too. And you should be very proud of your mama for just not only being selected, but just the work that she's done the year. So we wish you both the best. And again, your certificate of recognition has been presented to you, and this goes out to you for certificate of recognition presented to Wendy Berry for being selected the 2021 Fernando Ledesma High School Parent Volunteer of the Year, and for your countless hours of time dedication to success of the students and school. From the Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees, congratulations to you. Thank you again for joining us, and then we'll go ahead and go on to our next school, and I believe it's Mobile High School.
Right.
Yes, indeed. So, Mr. Marquez, there you are. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. So, you know, this has been a historic year, as we all know, with COVID. You know, the challenges that have affected our community have been overwhelming. You know, our students lost in so many activities, from athletic activities, cheerleading, to the academic, decathlon, science fairs, solar, all these things. I can go on and on. You know, our families lost loved ones, jobs, and many lost friends. And during the year, you know, our schools really transitioned into a beacon of hope for a lot of our families. The community looked to us to provide comfort and hope and safety, whether it was virtually or live. And with the support of our district, our TOSAs and instructional coaches stepped up and really supported our teachers throughout the distance learning process. But really, that wasn't enough. We needed additional support, and that's where all of our parents in this session tonight came through. And we selected Maria ACOSTA as our Parent of the Year. And we selected Ms. ACOSTA because she stepped up and supported us like no one's business. She was an active participant in our school site council. She volunteered to be our school site secretary, which was no easy task. It's something she's never done before, yet she was persistent and contributed and really made our school site council one of the best and most efficient councils we've had in many years at Mountview High School. She volunteered for many of our senior activities that included our senior picnic and movie nights and all our senior activities throughout the last few weeks of school. And Ms. ACOSTA is just a very persistent person. She came to our country when she was 15 and attended and graduated from Mountview High School. She also attended Rio Hondo College for a short period. Ms. ACOSTA is a proud mom of a very talented senior, our senior musician, Joshua Mejia, and her 8-year-old daughter, Daisy. She's been married for many years. She's volunteered throughout her years as a parent, not only here at Mountain View, but also throughout her years throughout her Mountain View School District years. She loves to be involved in the education of her students, and she's also been involved in many parent activities, not only throughout our school here, but also throughout her entire Mountain View School District. She's attended all of our activities, for example, like GABE. Yet throughout all of this year, she herself lost members of her own family, but she's continued to move forward. She's returning back to college, and I have no doubt that through her persistence, she will continue to be successful. And honorable board, Dr. Zuniga, and everyone else here, I would like to present to you our Parent of the Year, Ms. Maria ACOSTA.
Congratulations, Ms. ACOSTA, and thank you again for joining us. I guess the verse, once a Viking, always a Viking, truth speaks to itself, and I could
That is it. Yep.
Yes.
What amazing of a Viking you've turned out, not only as a parent, but also just contributing to our community of the Omaha Union High School District. Thank you. And would you like to say a few words for us today?
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody, to the principal for giving me this opportunity. Believe me, I learned a lot. As the first time as a secretary, at the beginning was hard, but at the end, with all the help from the teachers, I learned a lot. I learned a lot, and I like it. So I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Marcus, for supporting me. Okay. And hopefully when my daughters go over there to high school, we're going to see you again.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll be looking forward to that.
That's wonderful. Generations of Vikings. Ms. ACOSTA, I'd like to present you the certificate of recognition. Again, presented to Maria ACOSTA for being selected as the 2020-2021 Mountview High School Parent Volunteer of the Year, and for your countless hours of time and dedication to the success of our students and school. Congratulations from the Omaha Union High School District, and I'm also sure that I hope that you receive your certificate in person. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, this is Mountview High School Parent of the Year. We'll go on to our next one, which I believe will be Roseby.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, Dr. Bristol. You can take it away.
Hello. All right, thank you so much. Dr. Bristol, principal of Rosemead High School. Mrs. Cow is our Parent Volunteer of the Year. She's incredible. She cannot make it tonight. Found out last night that she had a family emergency that came up that she couldn't make it to it. And I forget this is the same thing that we did present on the screen. But despite the language barrier, Ms. Cow has made a commitment to serve on our ELAC committee and has even dedicated herself to represent Rosemead High School at the DLAC, the district level committee. She's also put herself out as a volunteer many times when she didn't have to. For the examples of the Lunar New Year, and those events, our EL Thanksgiving celebration. And over the past years, we've seen Ms. Cal come forward, even though she doesn't understand or speak the language, very little, if at all. But she's out there helping in every aspect that we've needed her to be, or even above and beyond. We have our parent liaison and our English language TOSA, who looks at Ms. Cal to help out at many events, and sometimes just to give the insight for our families in different populations around Rosemead. We've talked to her, and she does feel honored to be recognized in this award when we talked to her. She was well received at the DLAC meetings, and even though she was the only Asian parent attending, she really represented that well, and she felt comfortable. She's going to continue her advocacy and support EL learners and the school programs, even as the years go forward. She's a dedicated parent and dedicated volunteer who are very proud to be part of Rosemead High School. And that's the things that I had received from her through Anna Ing, our English language TOSA, in talking. She was helping me translate some things yesterday.
Thank you, Dr. Bristow. And just by reading this, we know that her work speaks for itself as part of the commitment she has at Rosemead High School. And just I'm hopeful that she enjoys being out there supporting all of our students too, and that she can continue to do that for years to come. And we do have a certificate as well, recognizing Ms. Cal for the Rosemead High School Parent of the Year for this year. So I'm also sure that she has received the certificate too. And thank you, Dr. Bristow, for joining.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. And then we have our next Parent of the Year for the schools will be South El Monte High School. Dr. Morales, I see you there, so you may take it away, please.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, and good evening to our community. It is with great honor to again represent South El Monte High School as its principal here, and to take the opportunity to recognize our parent volunteer for the year, Miss Nidia Romero. Ms. Romero is a proud parent of a class of 2021 senior, young lady Erica Rivera, who did extremely well with us while she was there. Ms. Romero, I recall meeting her early on when Erica was a freshman, and from the get-go was really advocating again for the betterment of services for Erica, and it didn't stop there. It was for services of all students as well. Through a little bit of research too, and I recall that meeting way back when Ms. Romero did also acknowledge that she is a proud alum of South El Monte High School, and that is what makes, again, our school successful. The fact that our parents join in on the efforts to provide us, again, with the trust to promote our educational services, but also with the trust that we will continue to improve in offering these services to them. Ms. Romero's real recognition, again, is, yes, pandemic, and we've been hearing it through the other presenters, is stepping up to the challenge, representing our ELAC committee as president. So the devoted time and just commitment to reviewing all of our different protocols that we had to do is greatly appreciated. She also participated in the DLAC committee as well, again, representing our school there, with that said too. So Ms. Romero, again, from South El Monte High School, we do thank you for the time. And we know that it's not over yet. We will continue again to promote the partnership with you and all other parents that are from our school as well. So congratulations on being recognized as Parent Volunteer of the Year for our school. So thank you, Ms. Romero.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. I just wanted to say, I wanted to highlight and give thanks to Alicia and Rosanna for their patience, understanding, kindness, and inclusivity. I feel like my input and the input of the other parents was important, and that's why, I attended all the meetings for ELAC and DLAC while serving as president for ELAC and also holding down a full-time job. As Dr. Morales mentioned, I am an alumni class of 2002. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. But I have 2 more children in high school, so I don't think I'll be gone anytime soon. And thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Romero. That's the best thing we could have heard, is that you will not be gone for so many years to come. So we're looking forward to having your children come and join the Eagles as well as your continued service. And again, we deeply appreciate all that you do over there at South El Monte High School alongside with Dr. Morales and the entire staff there, and especially for serving as part of our ELAC, which is very critical to the needs of our English learner students at South El Monte High School. We have a certificate of recognition to you, presented to, again, Nidia Romero from South El Monte High School for being selected as the 2021 South El Monte High School Parent Volunteer of the Year, and for your countless hours of time and dedication to the success of the students and the school. Congratulations on behalf of the Board of Trustees. Again, congratulations to you, and thank you for all that you do at South El Monte High School.
Thank you.
And finally, we have the District Parent of the Year, which is significant. This is our 4th year that we have started the program with identifying a District Parent of the Year. Traditionally, what we started is that we identified a parent from each school annually, so that way they are featured at our district office here. We pull the principals. We try to do our best to ensure that there's an identified parent throughout all the schools annually. So that way it's almost like a rotating assignment here. But I'm very excited to bring forth this next one, because I know that not only it has not been this year, it's been for the past year that I've observed and experienced this gentleman on campus and engaged. And I also recently saw him in action earlier with the DLAC meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now and get on to the next slide. And also introduce, it looks like there's a, there you go, Miss Ashley Garco, who is our assistant principal at El Monte High School, and she's going to introduce our Parent of the Year for the district. Go take it away, Miss Garco.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members, district personnel, and Superintendent Dr. Zuniga. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce a very special person here at El Monte High School, Mr. Jose Velasquez. We would like to recognize his contributions to El Monte High School. We would like to thank Mr. Velasquez for his countless hours to our school and our community. He's served on various committees, LCAP, ELAC, like you just said, and DLAC as a member, and he's our current president of ELAC and DLAC, so he's always busy. He has also gone above and beyond in participating in our parent workshops. You can see the list there, from mental health, depression, anxiety, Common Core, and also our technology workshops. He's just doing anything he can to support all of our students and families here at El Monte High School. It is an honor that I present to you Mr. Jose Velasquez, and we want to congratulate him on earning this very prestigious award as Parent Volunteer of the Year for the El Monte Union High School District. Once again, thank you, Mr. Velasquez, for all that you've done for our students, family, and our community. Thank you.
Congratulations to Mr. Velasquez. I see you on camera alongside with a few other folks. Go ahead and also read that certificate that you're holding up. This is a certificate of recognition presented to Mr. Velasquez from El Monte High School for being selected as the 2021 El Monte Union High School District Parent Volunteer of the Year, and for your countless hours of time and dedication to the success of the students and even our entire school district. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. Mr. Velasquez.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Principal Ms. Garco. Thank you, Vice Principal Mr. Vu. Thank you, Principal of El Monte High School, Mr. Cuevas. I am very proud. Good afternoon, Superintendent Dr. Zuniga, board members, principals, vice principals, teaching staff, new counselors, parents, and students. I'd like to mention also that I have family joining from Washington, D.C., in this meeting, and family from El Salvador also present in this meeting. Thank you guys for being present. Thank you. My family and I are honored to be here. Why? Because we believe in education. We believe in working hard
and teaching and showing support for our schools and working together for the benefit, foundation in the preparation of our students. George Washington Carver, a scientist and inventor, stated that education is the key to unlock the golden door of freedom. Let us work shoulder to shoulder to guide our students in their journey to their educational freedom. Parents, volunteers are very special. They have a passion for service. They have a good heart. They have great compassion. They have unselfish caring, patience, and love. They promote educational changes and focus on the success of every single student. Volunteers work under the guidance of high school teachers and school district professionals, to develop teamwork, great communication skills, professionalism, self-confidence, and leadership. Thank you, Ms. Alvidrez, Ms. Echeverria, for your guidance. All the students which parents are involved, they are more likely to attend school regularly. They also have higher grades. They have better social skills. They show improved behavior and adapt well to school. My fellow volunteers, keep showing you love, keep showing you support, keep showing persistence. Together we can make a difference. Together we are a rock solid foundation. Thank you and God bless you.
What an amazing gentleman that we have in front of us that we're witnessing, and all of us had the privilege to see Mr. Velasquez in action on campus, off campus, wherever he is needed. I am certain that he is present too. So we're very proud of you. I couldn't think anybody else from Monte High School as a parent that is well deserved of this recognition. On behalf of the school district, again, you'll be featured at our office as part of our Parent of the Year, and your name will be here. You got your picture already. This will be probably displayed at the district office for the entire school year, and joining the list of amazing parents that we've had for the last 4 years now, as our tradition continues with our district Parent of the Year. And again, we thank not only you, but your entire family who has joined you this evening. I see a few of your family members there next to you. I'm hopeful that you're very proud and also continue to support your pops. He's just a gentleman, to say the least, but also just an outstanding leader on campus as a parent. So congratulations again, Mr. Velasquez. You also have your certificate, as I mentioned to you, as well, and you will be expecting a nice plaque that will go and display wherever you'd like, maybe in your home, that will also be mailed to you soon, and that is on its way now too. So congratulations that we're hopeful that you will continue to support our students for many, many years. Even when they graduate, you're always welcome at Monte Union High School District. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's a pleasure, and I'm very excited and proud, and I will continue helping everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'll hand over back to our board president.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Just very quickly, I want to congratulate all the parents for the accolades and recognition tonight. Before I give my remarks to you, I want to open it up to the board. I'll start with Mrs. Torres de Segrist. I don't know if she's still with us. I know she had to hop off at 6:15. If you're on, if you want to say a few words.
I believe she has left us.
Okay, thank you. Then Mr. Padilla, you're up next.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to congratulate all of our parents. Thank you so much for the time that you give to our schools, because at the end of the day, you give up your time for the benefit of our children, for our children to graduate. And that statement that from Hillary Clinton, that it takes a village to raise a child, is so true. And we can see that tonight, that it takes help from a number of people. We as board members can't do it together. The superintendent can't do it together. The principals, vice principals, counselors, teachers, nobody can do it by themselves. We need a team in order to bring it all together and make it happen. So To my alma mater parent at RHS, I'm sad that she could not be there, but if Dr. Bristol can please send my regards. I know that we got her name as Mrs. Cow, but what is her first name, Dr. Bristol?
I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Okay, no
Give
problem.
me,
no
no,
problem.
give me one
Yes.
minute.
Yes.
I have it right here.
While you're doing that, I'm
Zhao, her name is Zhao Ling.
Zhao,
Cow.
awesome. So I just think it's very important that we call people by their first name. So thank you to Mrs. Zhao Cow. And I love the fact that she's the only Asian parent representing the English Language Advisory Committee. It is something that this district has really tried hard to do, and that is to increase parent engagement when it comes to our Cantonese-speaking population as well as our Vietnamese-speaking population. I know sometimes when we think of ELAC in El Monte School District, we think that it's only English and Spanish, but we are so much more diverse than that. So congratulations to Mrs. Zhao Cow. Also, Arroyo High School, Miss EVELYN PREDMORE, thank you for acompañarnos. It's a pleasure to have you, and I'm glad that you thank Mrs. Stella Torres de Segres because she is so committed to anything that has to do with our parents, as is the rest of our board. But thank you for acknowledging that, Ms. PREDMORE. Also to Mountain View High School, Maria Costa, you are a beacon of hope, like Mr. Jose Marquez says. Eres el faro de esperanza, and I want to commend you and thank you for going back to school. It is never too late. As we say in education, you're a lifelong learner. Siempre estamos aprendiendo, señora Costa. Gracias por regresar al colegio para continuar su educación. Eso me inspira a mí. También also for Nydia Romero, thank you for all the years of service and for being alumni. So many of our parents are alumni. Thank you for being inclusive and being conscientious of that inclusivity. And it's okay if you don't remember the year you graduate. At my age, I also forget. So thank you for your service. And Fernando Ledesma High School, thank you, Mrs. Wendy Berry, for uplifting the spirits of Fernando Ledesma High School. This was a year. If there was a year that we needed to uplift our spirits, this was it. So thank you for doing that. And lastly, por último, señor José Velasco, voy a hablar en español porque sé que hay gente aquí del Salvador y del Washington, D.C. Muchas gracias por toda la involucración y la participación que usted ha brindado a nuestro distrito de las preparatorias del Monte. Me gustaría clonar a usted y a todos nuestros padres para aumentar la involucración de padres. Y la razón que yo digo eso es que las investigaciones demuestran que cuando los padres se involucran en la educación de sus hijos, los niños siempre van a ser mejor. Y yo sé que no necesitamos una investigación para saber eso. Los padres que se involucran con sus hijos son los padres donde disminuye, que las niñas se vayan a embarazar, de que los niños estén haciendo drogas, de que los niños se conviertan parte de una pandilla. Es todos los miedos que tenemos como padre. Y le quiero yo dar las gracias a usted por todo lo que hace por su familia, por la familia de todos los estudiantes que tenemos en nuestro distrito y por toda nuestra comunidad. Y también por siempre mirarse tan profesional. Todas las veces que yo lo he visto en una de las escuelas, ya sea para el regreso de clases, para open house, a visitar los salones, siempre viene usted tan bien vestido y tan profesional, y eso me encanta. Gracias por ser un gran ejemplo. Let's give this man a round of applause because he always looks like $1 million. Anytime I've ever seen him on any of our campuses, that man walks the walk and talks the talk when it comes to parent involvement. Cuando estamos hablando de la involucración de padres o la participación de padres, usted se mira la parte, habla la parte y hace todo lo que es necesario para ser el mejor padre. Entonces, felicidades por este reconocimiento para ser el padre voluntario del año para el Distrito Escolar de las Preparatorias del Monte. Me siento muy orgulloso y mando un saludo a Washington, D.C. y a El Salvador. Gracias. Que pasen buenas noches.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. Thank you, Mr. Padilla, for all your comments there. To the parents, EVELYN PREDMORE, Wendy Berry, Maria ACOSTA, Chauvin Cao, Nidia Romero, and Mr. Jose Velasquez. Just sincere thank you and appreciation for all the work that you do on behalf of not only your own children, but that of our community. Because sincerely, without our parents, I don't know where any of us would be. So my sincerest thanks to you and all the work that you put forward. I know that it's altruistic and it's not paid on top of your other responsibilities. And so, myself and my colleagues don't take that lightly or for granted. So we really sincerely want to thank you for all your work. And I really, hearing you tonight, talking about self-confidence, leadership, guidance, parent involvement, how that leads to child success, I really think that then translates into community success. So again, thank you sincerely. And like Mr. Jose Velasquez said, keep showing love and persistence, because that's what's required to make an impact in this world. So thank you again. Have a great night.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Salcedo?
Thank you, Mr. Briones. I too want to thank and congratulate all of our site winners and district winner, Ms. EVELYN PREDMORE and Ms. Wendy Berry, Ms. Maria Acosta, Shelling Cao, Ms. Nidia Romero, and Mr. Jose Velasquez. It's very impressive to see all the different bullet points and just to see how much of your time you're giving. As a board member, I'm just extremely grateful for your commitment and your dedication for our students. I know that as parents, you volunteer, right? Because you know the importance that your role plays in your child's education. But there are times when, not all parents can make it. They might work multiple jobs. And so really you are stepping up and representing the rest of the parents, not only supporting your students, but or your child, but also being there as a support for all of our students, right? And so for that, I appreciate it, and thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. I just wanted to share a couple words to all of you being recognized tonight as Parents of the Year, either from your respective school or for the district. I just want to say congratulations to you. It's a recognition that is very truly deserving of all of the work that you've put in, not only for your own kids, your own students, but the students that go to those schools that you represent. As has been stated, this is all volunteer driven, and you do it out of the kindness of your heart, out of generosity to your community, and it speaks volumes about what our community is about. I was very happy to hear about Ms. Predmore and that you actually have a connection to one of our staff members, Ms. Macias, here with us today. I mean, the El Monte Union High School District is literally a family in many instances. And so this speaks about who we are as a community and how much dedication we all have to improving the lives of our students. I didn't want to speak about any one individual in particular because I want to recognize everybody for all of your work. But I do have to say one thing about Mr. Velasquez. He's everywhere. I can go to community meetings, city council meetings, the historical society, teas, and Mr. Velasquez is there, and he is always dressed to the nines. And so I think it's indicative of who he is as an individual and what his priorities are. And his priorities and your priorities as parents are our priorities, to make sure that you are engaged with your students, that you are engaged in our schools, and that you get other families engaged as well. And so it's not only a great honor for you to be recognized, but it's a great privilege of ours to be able to have you here with us today. Of course, I wish we were able to do it in person and be with you in our boardroom. But maybe in the future we can have you there, and I'm sure some of you will be at the board meetings with your kids for their recognitions or their schools or whatever groups they may be a part of, because I'm sure your students are also involved in a lot of things. And of course, they are going to receive accolades as well. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I want to congratulate each and every one of you. Say felicidades and gracias for everything that you do, not only for your students, but for all of our students. So very well deserved recognition today. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of you for everything you do. Congratulations again.
Thank you again, everyone, for joining us this evening. We hope that you have a wonderful evening and that you celebrate this recognition with all of your loved ones too. You're welcome to stay with us. At this point, we will conclude the presentation for our Parent of the Year. So you guys have a great evening and enjoy your time together with your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga.
Everybody, goodbye.
So with that, we are moving on to item number 2, presentation on clean mobility in schools, a pilot project update. Dr. Zuniga?
Yes, thank you, President Briones. We have the opportunity to bring forth for you another update on our CARB. This is California Air Resource Board grant. I will now hand this over to our CBO, which is Mr. Will Alatar, as well as Ms. Lina Luna, the district's facility and energy manager, who will be making the presentations and also introduce our presenters this evening as well. So Mr. Alatar, and then you can go ahead and move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. I'm pleased to tonight to provide an update on our pilot program for the CARB Clean Mobility Program. And I will turn to Ms. Lina Lona, who is the Energy and Facilities Manager in the district, who oversees this program, and she will be introducing some of our partners who will be sharing with her the presentation as well. Ms. Luna?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alatar. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I would like to introduce the Clean Mobility in Schools pilot project team. But first, I want to say thank you for El Monte Union High School District's support to bring this grant concept to fruition. It's taken a lot of effort and multiple departments working very collaboratively together. And I just want to say a very special thank you to Will Alatar for his leadership and guidance in getting us to this point. Today you will hear our Clean Mobility in Schools pilot project partners present on our current progress. We have Heather Choi from the California Air Resources Board, Joanne Golden Stewart and James Havalosa from Gladstein, Leandros and Associates, Chelsea Riker from Fair and Peers, and Canuck Boroboon Somson from University of California, Riverside Center for Environmental Research and Technology. So I will let Heather Choi take the lead from here.
Okay, thanks, Lena. Good evening, Board of Trustees and awesome parent volunteers. Congratulations to, I'm definitely inspired to be more involved in my children's school. I am the California Air Resources Board staff lead for this project. CARB, so I'll use acronyms because that's what we do around here. CARB has provided funding for research on health impacts of air pollution and incentives to clean up the air, including school buses, inside classrooms, portable classroom studies, and also providing general transportation sector incentives and rules, obviously, too, is another thing that we do for many years. So the Clean Mobility in Schools pilot project came about after several years of stakeholder feedback and just a lot of creative ideas to come up with how to help schools go green beyond the school buses and some of the other traditional funding mechanisms that we've had. And so the Clean Mobility in Schools pilot projects were finally able to find funding through low carbon transportation incentives and the California Climate Investments in our fiscal year 2018 and 2019 funding plan. So we had 7 applications come in from school districts, and El Monte, Lena put together a great proposal with her team, and really were able to showcase that you guys were ready. You have the skills, the expertise, you have the plan. She knew what she wanted to do to accomplish with this program. So I'm really happy to be working with them. A total of $24.6 million was awarded to 3 different grants. That is El Monte, San Diego, and Stockton. So it's great for us because we really get to have a broad spectrum of different types of school districts across the state to help inform us for future program design. And then, so for this project, the Monte Union High School District received $9.8 million in funding. The project is including 11 battery electric school buses, 11 electric maintenance vehicles, which I'm not sure if all of them were delivered today, but I know Lena sent me some pictures of some of them being delivered today. So I'm really excited that you guys have something tangible from this project to see. It also will include 3 zero-emission motor pool vehicles, 5 energy storage systems, charging infrastructure and hardware to support all of it, an active transportation feasibility study that encompasses 6 school sites, and a clean energy fellowship. So each of these projects are a little bit different. So El Monte's really is geared to whatever the community needs. Not all 3 projects are the same. You've got a great team working for you on this project from the district. Lena and Whale have kept up leading the fast pace of this grant. The project partners include, as Lena had just mentioned, Gladstein, Neandros, and Associates for project administration tasks, keeping the team on track and making sure that we hit all the mile marks, because we don't have a lot of time to really spend this money. So the GNA is really helping with that. VMA Communications is awesome so far from my perspective. I think you guys have a really great communications team. We're also going to be hearing from UC Riverside for their data collection efforts, which is really important for these projects, because as for CARB to be able to continue to support these types of projects, we need to make sure through data and through analysis that our grant dollars are making a difference and making the difference that we intend them to. So you'll also hear from San Gabriel Valley Conservation Corps for their Clean Energy Fellowship support, Fair and Piers, who's going to be here today talking about active transportation, A to Z bus sales, green lots for charging equipment, and NG for their storage, energy storage expertise. So I'm really excited to also see how there's a curriculum component that Dr. Wolf has been working with Lena really closely on, and Dr. Bristol. So I'm really excited to see how that turns out. And with that, I am going to go ahead and turn it over to GNA to carry on the rest of the presentation. But thank you all for inviting me to be here today.
Thank you so much, Heather, and thank you for CARB's partnership on this project. My name is Joanne Golden. I'm Vice President of Programs over at Gladstein, Neandros, and Associates. A long name for GNA is our acronym. We are a clean transportation, clean energy consulting firm, and we were fortunate enough to work with the district on developing this grant application, and now we are fortunate enough to assist on implementing the project and really seeing it all come into fruition. This is really what we would call a marquee project. It is doing so many innovative activities over the next year to really transform emissions and mobility in the district. Already, all 11 of the electric school buses have been purchased, so nearly $4 million. And all 11 electric utility carts have also been purchased, and you're going to see some nice photo ops of those in a moment here. The buses, I'm glad to report, are already on their way, so we'll be very excited when those arrive. And can we go to the next slide, please? One of the really important items that we want to make sure is aware that the district really went above and beyond the Air Resources Board award and actually started leveraging other funds to really help augment what you've been awarded for the Air Resources Board. So this in particular included Southern California Edison's Charge Ready Transport program. That covered some of the hardware costs as well as most of the design and construction costs as well. This innovative application allowed the district to basically do even more with the CARB funding, which is fantastic. At this point, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, James Havelosa, who will cover a little bit more on what is underway with the grant. James?
Thanks so much, Joanne. And thank you to the Board of Trustees and all the parents who are on the call for taking the time to let us present this project to you guys. And again, my name is James, and I'm a Senior Associate at GNA. You can go to the next slide. All right, so some of the upcoming projects components we have upcoming, as Heather said, we have a lot of different things going on. As previously mentioned, we have the pilot curriculum for a clean transportation, clean energy curriculum. And this proposed curriculum will leverage the district's dual enrollment program with Rio Hondo College via an entrepreneurial pathway where students will learn how to design and implement a business plan utilizing a solar-powered food truck. And we're hoping to get that up and running by the school year. And then, as also Joanne mentioned, we have the installation of the bus charging stations upcoming very soon. And then the grant also funds more vehicles, specifically 3 passenger vehicles, which will be used for car sharing. And then finally, the battery energy storage systems at 5 high schools, which will already support the already installed solar panels at your guys' facilities. Next slide. And here we have some pictures from the maintenance vehicle cart deliveries from this morning. Yeah, thankfully we were able to squeeze these into the slides last minute, but you can see Lena and Willie there, and then also some of the vendors delivering the maintenance carts. Next slide. All right, and the last project component I'd like to highlight is the fellowship program. And so for this specific project, we partnered with the San Gabriel Valley Conservation Corps, which is a great organization that focuses on helping at-risk youth, with job training, support services, educational resources to really help young adults, develop a career path. And our clean energy fellow, Wendy Sanchez, unfortunately she wasn't able to make it to today's call, but she was actually a student at Mountain View High School, and so some synergy there. For the next year, she'll be shadowing site visits, receiving on-site job training related to construction management, and more on the in-office side, behind the desk, she's supporting project management, partnership management, grant reporting, and then finally, she's actually, concurrently with all that, she's undergoing a year-long research project, which will focus on air quality issues in the community and in general the San Gabriel Valley. And so that's something we really look forward to as well. And then there she is. You can see her headshot there, and that was like a site visit. I believe it was SCE when they were surveying the bus garage, I believe. Next slide. All right, and that's all I had today. Thanks so much again for taking the time to hear us out. And I'm going to hand it over to Chelsea at Parent Peers to talk more about the active transportation components of the project. Chelsea, go ahead.
Thanks so much, James, and nice to see everybody here tonight. Thank you for having me to speak. I'm going to talk about the active transportation plan component of this project, which is another form of clean mobility that complements the electrification of the school buses and the maintenance vehicles that you've just heard about. You can go to the next slide, please. So this component of the project really focuses on student mobility, how students and staff get to and from school. And the idea is to generate project ideas and improvements that would make it safer, more fun, more comfortable, and more desirable to walk, bike, and take other types of low emissions transportation to school. So really looking at a broader set of the trips and the emissions that are coming from the school or coming from the school activity related to the actual trips that students are taking to and from school. So we may include project ideas that address pickup and drop off traffic near the school, parking, circulation at school sites, and other key issues identified by each school community at the school level and also at the community level surrounding the school, so that there's a sort of comprehensive approach to understanding the school trip for students walking and biking. Next slide, please. So I'm going to show some example graphics that we've been working on for Rosemead High School, just as an example. As was mentioned before, this component of the project covers 6 school sites for the district, the 5 main high schools and Ledesma as well. So just as by way of example, you can see some of the diagrams that we're deriving for Rosemead High School. This shows the circulation patterns on the school campus, including the vehicle patterns and the parking, which are all those numbered lots there, as well as the pedestrian patterns coming onto campus. Those are the purple dotted lines coming in from the north entrance, the south entrance, and then the southeast quarter of the school. And this is showing some of the areas where there is presently conflicts on site between vehicles arriving on campus or vehicles, circulating around the school. Maybe they're not necessarily affiliated with school travel, and the pedestrians and people that are walking to school. And a lot of this information was developed through conversation with Dr. Bristol, and we've done this for all of the schools that we're working with. Because of course this was very challenging last year. There wasn't anyone really attending the school location on site this year. So we had to get creative and think about ways to capture this information and document these patterns without being able to go out and do actual observations of pickup drop-off time and school circulation patterns. Next slide, please. Thanks. Another component of this project as a supporting piece of information to help develop project ideas is looking at the collision patterns around the schools. And this map shows the collision patterns around Rosemead High School, again, zooming out at a little bit higher level, so looking at that 1 mile radius around the school. So you can see that there's some sort of corridor effects here happening along Mission and along Valley. And so this really helps us focus our attention on those key intersections that have maybe the largest safety concerns, and really contextualize this data-driven approach with information from schools, community, including parents, staff, and students. And you can go to the next slide. So from the school community, we've heard from a couple of different sources. We've presented at a number of the ELAC meetings, and it's great to see some of the same parents here tonight getting awards that I've met at those meetings. We've also done a community survey across all 6 schools that I mentioned, plus the Granada Transition Center also was incorporated into the survey. And you can see here the total number of survey responses that we got by language across the schools. And across the roles. So we asked for folks to identify themselves as students, parents, or staff on the school site. So we have all of this information, a ton of information, over almost 1,000 responses to this survey, all about how students get to school and whether there are particular locations around the school that are concerning from a safety perspective, or have had close calls that might not be coming through the collision data analysis that we did, but help again to just focus our attention on key intersections, key corridors, where we might recommend projects that can really improve the conditions for students walking and biking to school. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to share one of the pieces of information that we've gotten from this survey. We have a ton of really incredible data coming from this survey that's going to really be so critical in guiding our work through the project development stage of the project. But I wanted to share here, again, at Rosemead High School, just by way of example, one of the questions that we asked was around how students currently get to school or would currently get to school the last time that they were going to and from school, and then how they would ideally like to get to school. If it were, if everything was sort of all concerns out the window, how would they like to get to school? And we asked this question for students and for parents. So on the left, you can see the student responses, a little bit more ideal transportation desire to walk and bike to school than is currently happening among students and parents. And then a lot of students who get dropped off currently would really prefer not to get dropped off and would prefer to either drive themselves or walk or bike or carpool or take public transit or take a school bus. And we're seeing really similar patterns for parents' responses as well. So a lot of consistency there with maybe more desire to walk and bike and take other forms of clean transportation if the facilities were more accommodating for those choices. Next slide, please. So we also asked some questions that were sort of long answer or long form questions for people to really just sort of describe their experience and describe the kinds of challenges that they face getting to and from school. And so we wanted to highlight just a few of these example responses. There should be a signal of some kind in front of the school, especially during the morning drop-off. So that really helps focus our attention on things like circulation and pickup drop-off time period, and looking at maybe signalization of the driveways near schools. The speed of cars, that's a driver behavior condition. So looking at potentially education and city efforts that could be leveraged to help encourage vehicle drivers to slow down near the schools. And then sometimes those who drive don't respect pedestrian crossings. So that might point to opportunities to improve pedestrian crossing visibility, signage, crosswalks, and things like that, that really encourages drivers to respect that pedestrian crossing when there's someone using it. So again, just an example of how we're going to digest this information and really help to use it to shape our recommendations for this project. Next slide, please. So the next steps, we're working on developing project recommendations right now for all 6 of the school sites. And then after that development process, we're going to reconnect with city staff. As I mentioned, we've chatted with all of the school administrators as well as many of the parent groups on campus. So we're going to reconnect with those school administrators as well. And we've connected already, with city staff at a couple of the cities that surround the school sites. Because a lot of the project recommendations will be on city-owned property, not on school-owned property, but will really affect the ability of students to get to and from school. So we want to make sure that we're connecting with the city staff as well and hearing their perspective on some of the limitations or concerns about the projects we're recommending. And then finally, we'll be developing reports. So each school will have its own active transportation and school mobility report coming out of this process, and the district will have an executive summary that kind of wraps everything together and can use this work product to go after additional grant funding or continue conversations with the cities to help improve safety and transportation conditions for students walking and biking to school. And with that, I'll pass it to Canuck at UCR to talk about data collection.
I think you might be muted.
Thank you for reminding. Yes, my name is Canuck, and I'm with University of California, Riverside, and I'm pleased to be part of this project that is helping the school district transition to clean energy vehicles. Next slide, please. At the University of California, Riverside, we have many centers, and I'm with the Center for Environmental Research and Technology, and our mission involves research, education, and public service in 5 core areas, spanning from clean renewable energy to vehicle technology, transportation system, and pollution, as well as climate pollution. Next slide, please. Our role in this project is, again, to do data collection and reporting. And in terms of data collection, we will be collecting data from all the vehicles that will be acquired in this project. These include electric school buses, electric share use passenger vehicles, electric utility maintenance vehicles. And data collection will include not only vehicles, but also from charging infrastructure as well. Last but not least, we also want to understand user experience about their experience with the new advanced technology vehicles. Next slide, please. And in terms of data analysis and reporting, we will look at the vehicle usage and how it's being used throughout the district, and particularly pay attention to energy consumption from these vehicles. And that way, we will be able to evaluate the performance and associated costs of operating zero-emission vehicles as compared to the current vehicles. And we also look at data analysis of many other components of this project as well. Next slide, please. In terms of the current status, we have completed the data collection plan, which was approved in January of this year. And right now we are looking at many telematic providers in order to select one that will be the vendor for providing real-time EV telematics for the project. Next slide, please. And in terms of the next step, hopefully we'll be able to select the vendor in the next month or two, which will align with the timeline for the delivery of the vehicles. And after that, we will install the telematic device and start collecting data from these vehicles, as well as from the charging infrastructures when they are installed. Next slide, please. And I will turn over to Joanne from GNA.
Thanks, Canuck. Joanne actually had to hop off, but I can go ahead and wrap up. But yeah, so that pretty much concludes our presentation. Thanks so much for letting us have some of your time this evening. And we invite you to visit the dedicated project website, which has more details about the specific project components, project partners, media outreach, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Thanks so much, and have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you all for your presentation. Before you leave, I'd like to open it up to the board for any questions. I'll start with Mr. Padilla.
I would just like to say thank you to all of the folks for all the time invested, all your professionalism, all the data, for being inclusive of the different stakeholders in our school district. Just a job well done for an awesome cause in helping us transition into more creative energy. So kudos to the entire team. I'm very impressed. And I'm also very impressed of the CTE curriculum and being inclusive of our students and helping foster the next generation of leaders and stuff. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you, President Briones, and thank you all for your presentation. And a special thank you to Dr. Zuniga, Mr. Wow-Elatar, for bringing this to life, as well as Lena Luna, because I know when I brought this forward in August of 2019, it was a relatively short timeline to put all this together. So I really do appreciate your leadership and initiative on taking this on. I've been reading and keeping up with the articles that folks have been sharing about this project. And so I'm really happy to see all the progress that's occurred. In particular, the CTE pathway in partnership with Rio Hondo, the 3-passenger vehicles, the battery storage, the workforce development, active transportation plans. I think when CARB, I don't know if CARB, intended to do all this, but I think, you all have hit it out of the park with respect to what's going on in Monte Union School District. And I think that my colleagues and members of the public that are listening, I think that the Monte Union School District has really positioned themselves in a manner to build resiliency centers, especially as communities become more vulnerable due to wildfire and power outages. Having this infrastructure is going to prove to be super helpful to help the most vulnerable in our communities that suffer from heat, from extreme heat days. So, I think as a future phase of this project, it's really going to be important that we think about how we make sure we offer these spaces as resiliency centers. And then I just have a couple requests. One, the active transportation plans. When or if those are available, I'd love to look at them and provide additional comments and feedback on them. And the second one is that I'm gonna bring this up in roundtable, but I mentioned this to Dr. Zuniga. I would love to just sit in the driver's seat of one of these electric buses and maybe just test the electric power on them, as I'm a big fan, and I would advise, or ask my colleagues for us to consider potentially hosting some type of ribbon cutting or electric cutting or event, to really celebrate and amplify how Monte Union High School District is leading the way. Because as you all know, and you've heard me mention this, El Monte and South El Monte, even Rosemead, were one of the most disadvantaged communities according to the Cal Enviro screen. And one of the criteria being our pollution burden, crisscross of freeways, landfills nearby, car-centric cities have all led to these inequitable outcomes for our communities, increased cases of chronic disease and asthma. So I really think it's important that we highlight all that the El Monte High School District is doing on this Clean Mobilities project. So if we can, sometime soon. I heard that the school buses are coming, maybe August. So I'm looking forward to that ribbon cutting or electric event. It's going to be an electric event, right? So thank you.
I just want to say CARB is really looking forward to that opportunity too. Press release, we'll do it all. And VMA is going to be phenomenal in that. So.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for your comments. Mr. Salcedo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Briones. This is just so impressive. I know that when we first talked about it and we were we were a little bit of a rush to approve moving forward. I don't think anybody really thought this was going to be that comprehensive. It's mind blowing. But I'm thoroughly impressed. And thank you for our district leadership, Lina Luna and Will Alatar, for your leadership, for your direction, and really for all of our admin as well. I'm super glad that we are including our local cities, our students, our staff. That's really important. As a site administrator myself, sometimes, going to and from school can be very dangerous. And I'm glad that we are addressing this issue with the cities and our admin and our students. And really, I'm looking forward to hearing these recommendations. So thank you, everyone. Job well done. I look forward to hearing the recommendations. And along with Mr. Diaz, it'd be great. Maybe Mr. Diaz can drive a bus or something. That'd be fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Briones.
I think we almost have consensus here that Mr. Diaz is going to be allowed to drive a bus.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. I would definitely be there for that. I just wanted to share, thank you for the presentation. And as Mr. Salcedo just stated, I don't think any of us expected it to be this comprehensive 2 years ago, but I'm glad that it is. And one of the comments that was made during the presentation was about how our school district has gone above and beyond what the CARB grant required of us by leveraging additional funding and infrastructure. I think it's important to point out that when we have folks in place that understand what is available and how to take advantage of it, whether it's grant funding or connections to the industry or whatever it may be, it's when they take advantage of that we get into these really great programs. And there's this great synergy between different things to really just provide for our community. The fact that we are able to, not too long from now, we'll have an entire fleet that's going to be comprised of electric buses. We'll be able to remove a significant contributor to pollution and air quality in our community, or poor air quality in our community. That's going to go a long way to ensure that our communities are safer and in a better place. So I really want to say thank you to everyone for the hard work, to our staff, to the team that's been working on this project. Just thank you for everything that you've done. And I am looking forward to seeing Mr. Diaz drive that bus around. And actually, I am looking forward to seeing the vehicles be delivered, and to have that opportunity to publicize this amazing work. So thank you to everyone who's participated in this project. And we look forward to great things in the very near future. And with that, if there's no other comments or discussion from staff, we'll move on to our next item, a presentation on El Monte Union High School District local indicators.
Yes, again, thank you, President Briones. This is our final presentation of the evening, but it's an important one. As you all know, that the State Board of Education, they have approved standards for our local indicators, and this is part of what has transitioned into our LCAP plan, including the measures that we have as far as the state indicators and our local indicators. As far as the support that the state will provide, we get to create these local indicators in measuring and reporting our progress within the appropriate areas. But they do ask that as part of this process, that is the initial report, which we're doing this evening, that these results of the actual dashboard as part of our non-consent items that go into tonight's regularly scheduled, as far as meeting for the Board of Trustees, and also in conjunction with the adoption of our LCAP plan for this year to come. And I have a few things here, a couple items that we have. So we have the presentation that we'll put up, as well as a couple of folks that are joining us this evening. Mr. Cecil, obviously, our Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services, and also Ms. Ida Cheveria, our Director for Assessment, Accountability, and Family Engagement. So good evening, both of you. You can take it from here if you'd like.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for their support. This has been a lot of work, as I shared last week. Ms. Echeverria has been working very hard on these plans, and I know she's excited about, getting them approved by the county, and it just, we're ready to get going, get back to school in the fall. It's kind of an exciting time, back with the kids. It's been exciting seeing the kids on campus this week. So we'll go ahead and start the presentation. Ms. Echeverria will start it off, and then I'll wrap it up. Go ahead, Ms. Echeverria.
Good evening, everyone. Today we get to present on the local indicators that are also part of the accountability and update that's required by the California Department of Ed. So why do we have this accountability? It all transitioned when we transitioned into the local control funding formula. So because we're getting additional funding through supplemental and concentration funds, now there's added accountability, which includes the LCAP, or the Local Control and Accountability Plan, but it also includes these 11 state measures. So the 11 state measures are actually broken down into two components. The first are 6 state indicators, and the second are the 5 local indicators. So our presentation will focus on the local indicators, but I thought it would be better if you'd get an overview of what this represents. So the state indicators on the dashboard are represented by gauges, and you'll see that in the next slide, but they're required, and they are actually derived through the California Department of Ed based on the information we provide to them through CalPADS. So we get a report on high school graduation rate, on academic performance, which includes English, language arts, and math, suspension rate, the English learner progress, college and career indicator, and there's another measure or indicator, chronic absenteeism, that currently does not apply to high schools. The 5 local indicators have to address basic conditions, implementation of academic standards, parent engagement, school climate, and access to a broad course of study. So if you recall, this is what the dashboard looks like. And you'll notice that the first 6 blocks, or the first 6 items, are all gauges, and those are all from the state indicators. The next 5 are local indicators. And notice that they're reflected as standards met. In this case, they're all met. Not met or not met for 2 years. But this is, in essence, what we're reporting to the state so that we can get this report next year. So we have to use the tools that the California Department of Ed provides in order to self-reflect on the reporting of these local indicators. And this is the first time that CDE will actually determine how those indicators are, how those results are reported, either as met, or not met for 2 or more years. But as you can see, the last time they were reported, they were all met. And now Mr. Cecil will go into detail on each local indicator.
Okay, I'll be reviewing with you the 5 local indicators that we're responsible for. The first one is basic conditions. As you can see here, you have measured teacher English learners, 0. Teachers misassigned, we have 0. Vacant teachers positions, 0. Students without access to their own copies of standards aligned instruction materials, 0. So what that all means is basically our kids are getting the basic services that they're entitled to. And our facilities are always, if you ever go to other districts and other schools outside our district, our maintenance and our facilities, they do a great job with maintaining our classrooms and campuses for our student. We're always above 90%. And actually, that's a live visit, part of our Williams visits, and they walk around classroom to classroom. And we always rate really high in that area, and we always get accommodations that our maintenance staff does an amazing job on our campuses. And I really give kudos to them for all the hard work that they do. The second priority, number 2, implementation of academic standards. We're always on top of that, implementing state academic standards. State academic standards are being implemented in all content areas. Materials are provided through adaptive cycles. Professional development is provided on an ongoing basis. This is one thing we really take a lot of pride in with our content specialists, always meeting, looking at materials, purchasing materials, especially during the COVID. What we went through is the departments be able to get together and saying, these are the materials our kids need. And for you guys to be able to support that has been really amazing. We've learned a lot from this. and a lot of the resources we used during the shutdown, the distance learning, we're actually going to be using moving forward. Okay, go ahead and go to the next one. Prior to the parent and family engagement, this has been something over the last 4 years that we've really built on with the PEPSAP, which is the Parent Engagement Bridge for Student Achievement Foundation that we contracted 3 years ago. They've really helped us to build that, parent academies, workshops. Over this year, we've been able to provide technology to our families that are going through these workshops. We continue to build those workshops. When you look at the New Year celebration, the Lunar New Year celebration that we provide to our families, the Career Family Conference that we've implemented several years ago, where our parents come on a Saturday workshop on our campuses. So we've really increased a lot of our parent involvement, as you saw earlier tonight. We're really excited about moving forward. We're always doing the surveys to families, what they want to be trained in. And we really appreciate our relationship we have with PEPSAP, that they've been able to come in and provide these extra services for our parents. Over the years, we've been seeking input from decision making. We provide constant surveys to families. We have our DLAC, ELAC, Suicide Council, LCAP committees, and our Superintendent Advisory Committee. So we're always looking for the feedback from our parents on what they want to see happen in our district moving forward. Go ahead and go to the next slide. School climate. One thing we have done over the last 3 or 4 years, we've been doing this youth truth survey. For example, during the shutdown, 63% of students say they agree strongly or feel that they're safe during school, but to note, they weren't on campus for the last year and a half. So this gives you a little indicator, and I know we always provide the data from the Youth Truth Survey. We continue that. We also this year implemented through Mrs. Wolf has implemented a student advisory committee for instruction. So we got a lot of feedback from them constantly, what they want to see improved in the area or in their needs and their concerns when it comes to instruction in the classroom. And we really listen and we give that back to our stakeholders throughout the district. Course access, we continue to increase our opportunities for language arts, mathematics, dual enrollment classes, social science, visual performing arts. You see the Early College Academy program at South Monte that we've increased access for college classes for students. You see the increase of AP opportunities, dual enrollment classes throughout the district now. And actually, one thing that we're really proud of is the expansion, improvement over the last 4 years of Career Tech education. We now have a total of 34 pathways district-wide in 11 sectors. We're really excited about moving forward with our personal training program, a dual enrollment program at Rio Hondo College, our Stage Technologies program, which will be a dual enrollment with Pasadena City College, our construction auto body programs with LA Trade Tech, and we're really excited about those dual enrollment classes. We're looking forward, as was mentioned before, the entrepreneurship program with Rio Hondo College and CT Pathway, and that's going to go in line with our all-electric food truck. We're in the process of getting bids on right now, all-electric food truck. And Mr. Diaz, we will let you drive our all-electric food truck when we get that. It'll be 100% electric, won't be gas, it won't have propane, it'll be all electric. The appliances are electric, and the food truck will be electric. We're excited about that. You don't have to have a different license to drive that one, so you could drive that around the community.
That's what I'm talking about, Larry.
There you go. And so, but we're excited about that's going to be part of our new CT agriculture program that we're going to be, putting together. That we're looking towards having a dual enrollment program also with Cal Poly and Mount SAC, who has agriculture programs. So these are what we're looking at: course access. We're looking at from when you look at we're really looking at our career and college indicator going way up because of the dual enrollment, because of the increase in CT, improvement in CT programs. We're really looking at that happening very soon. Okay, go to the next one. Okay, what's next? Submit local indicators data to the California School Dashboard by November. CDE will identify status of each local indicator of the California Dashboard and the release of the modified 2021 dashboard. I'm sure the dashboard will go back to normal after this coming school year, which I kind of looking forward to get back to normalcy. But we're excited about the future of this coming school year, and it was excited again seeing kids back on campus on Monday. Okay, so go to the next slide. All right, I'd like to thank you all, and are there any questions that we can answer?
Thank you, Mr. Cecil. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. At this point, I'll open it up to questions, starting with Mr. Padilla.
No questions. I just want to commend Mr. Larry Cecil and Ms. Echeverria. I know that this is a very complicated and document that asks for so much, but I think this is the place that kind of serves as our guiding force of, what do we stand for as a district and where are we going to put our dollars when it comes to the services and programs that we're going to provide our students. So I just want to commend you, Mr. Cecil and Mr. Echeverria. One of the things that really stands out to me is the improvement or the awesome work that we're doing with dual enrollment. When I hear that, we're going to be getting the dual enrollment with Cal Poly Pomona, with Mount SAC, with Rio Hondo College, with Pasadena City College, with LA Trade Tech, that gives me great pride because we have learned, through as educators, I'm approaching the 30 years, that not everybody wants to go to college, and it's okay to not want to go to college if you want to take up a career tech. And listening to the presentation today with the transition to creative energy and the curriculum that we're going to be offering there, it gives me great pride that we truly have college and career readiness. And when I heard you say that we have the 34 pathways in 11 sectors of CTE, that gives me great pride. When I hear of all of the buses that we're purchasing, to clean our environment and to ensure the safety of our students, that they have, state-of-the-art electric buses, that gives me great pride. Just so many things that our district is engaging in. And so thank you for your work, Ms. Echeverria. I know that year after year, you've come through, whether it's with this LCAP or the previous LCAP that we had to write from scratch during our COVID time. Just thank you. I take my hat off to you and for your leadership as well, Mr. Larry Cecil, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with you. You are the instructional person in our school district. And if our kids are not succeeding and they don't have quality course access, then it's on your door and that we're going to come knocking on, or maybe we'll come knocking on Dr. Zuniga. Sorry, Dr. Zuniga, I was going to call you Mr. On Dr. Zuniga's door, and then he'll be coming knocking on your door because at the end, the parents, the community from all of the cities that we serve expect us to deliver. And I think that this plan will do that. So kudos to your leadership, Mr. Larry Cecil. Thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz, any questions or comments?
No questions for me, just echoing what Mr. Padilla said. Kudos to Mr. Echeverria and Mr. Larry Cecil for all the work that you've been doing. And Larry, let me know when we receive the buses and the electric food truck. I'll be there with you to receive them.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Salcedo?
No questions, just a big thank you to Larry and to Edith for all of your hard work. And I too, Mr. Cecil, very grateful that our students are getting to be back on campus. Today was the first day I dropped off my boy at Arroyo, and it hits you. It's like, wow, he hasn't been on campus for class in a very long time. So and I know this, the presentation today, just, you know, it just reminds you, you know, from electric buses to our indicators, you know, everything is going to get back to normal real soon. And I'm glad that we have Larry, Edith, and our leadership team going full throttle. So I appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Just again, kudos to you for the hard work putting together this document. And I'm looking forward to seeing our indicators continue to move into the blue and green, and get further updates throughout the school year. And as Mr. Salcedo said, I'm really looking forward to everything returning back to normal very shortly. So thank you again, Mr. Cecil, Ms. Echeverria, and staff for your presentation tonight and all the hard and diligent work that you provide to our students. So if there's no further discussion at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. It's 7:18. We'll return and reconvene at 7:28. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're reconvening from recess. We're going to be moving on to Section D, oral written communications, starting with public hearing. First up, we have a public hearing, notice of public hearing on temporary interfund cash borrowing for year 2020 through 2021. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
I will motion to open the public hearing. I will move.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Public hearing is now open. Dr. Zuniga, did we receive any comments or questions for the public hearing?
No public comment for this item, sir.
Okay, any questions or discussion on the public hearing item from the board? Seeing none, move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Public hearing is now closed. Moving on to item number 2, public hearing, notice of public hearing on temporary interfund cash borrowing for year 2021 through 2022. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
I move to open the public hearing.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Public hearing is now open. Did we receive any public comments on this public hearing?
No public comment.
Okay, any questions or discussion from the board? Seeing none, I move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Public hearing is now closed. Moving on to item number 3, public hearing. Notice of public hearing on temporary transfers from the school pools fund for year 2021 through 2022. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll move to open.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second? I will second the motion. The public hearing is now open. Dr. Zuniga, did we receive any public comments on this public hearing?
No public comments.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from staff, from the board? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll move to close.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Public hearing is now closed. Okay, moving on to our consent agenda. All items on consent are approved by a single motion and second and a vote from the board, unless an item is held by a trustee member for discussion. Are there any items that a board member would like to hold for discussion? I'll start with Mr. Padilla.
I just have a question on number 8. That is it.
Number 8. Okay, Mr. Diaz?
No.
Mr. Salcedo?
None.
Okay. So at this time, it would be appropriate to accept a motion to approve or to adopt the consent agenda excluding item number 8. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote on the consent agenda, all items excluding item number 8.
Okay, will you start off, Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Have a count 4-0.
Thank you. Consent agenda is approved by all members present. Number 8, consider approval to ratify non-public school individual service agreements for 2020-2021 school year for students with exceptional needs unable to be served by the El Monte Union High School District Educational Program. Mr. Padilla, you asked for this item to be held?
Yes. Can we please have either our special ed director or Dr. Zuniga talk a little bit about a non-public school? I think it's important for the public to know what a non-public school is so that we can show our public that when we have students with special needs, that, when we receive our dollars for special education, those programs aren't always fully funded. And so we must tap into our general budget to pay for non-public schools. So can you talk a little bit about that and how much money are we spending on non-public schools so that we, El Monte Union High School District, can meet the needs of students with exceptional needs? What is the dollar amount that we are approving today? And talk a little bit about what is a non-public school And I believe it's important for the public to know that.
I don't believe Mr. Martinez is here. Mr. Cecil, is he here?
Yeah, no, but I can address it. What happens when you look at a student, you look at placement of a student, you look at the needs of the student, there's certain needs for students or students with disabilities that we just can't meet on our campuses. And if we brought these services in for 1 or 2 kids, it'd be astronomical, wouldn't be cost effective. So we have these non-public schools that provide special services to meet the needs of these students. And when we get, services like this could be a new service that was requested through an IEP that we agreed upon to add, or it could be there's other ones where the kids moved into our area that need these special services that we increase. So during the school year, if they have an IEP and they say, okay, we agree to these special services at the non-public school, then we provide those extra services. If a kid moves into our community that goes to a non-public school or needs those services, then we provide those. I mean, we've even paid for students to go out of state into residential housing out of state. So our commitment is always to the needs of our students and where they are. If we can't provide those services, then we look at other resources like the non-public schools that specialize providing those resources. As I've done before, and I can continue doing, giving you the updates on the funds that we spend at these non-public schools. As you can see in this one, this is a substantial, for 3 students, we're looking at $23,000 total that we're providing these extra services. So this is an ongoing expense, and you're right, Mr. Badia, that it is very expensive to send these kids to non-public schools. And we don't do it just because we don't want to provide the services. It's just more cost effective to have these non-public schools to provide those services. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. Thank you so much. I just in the interest of transparency, and sometimes in education and even on the school board, we have our own jargon that we will use, and we'll use things like, oh yeah, that we paid for an NPS. But I think it's important for the general public to be aware that, NPS has cost us a lot of money, but we must, fund that because it's the right thing to do for students with an IEP, such as an individualized education plan, and that not all students have an individualized education plan. Only those that have been fully assessed and there's a learning disability of some sort. And actually, to me, $23,000 is actually, it's a small amount of money when we're talking about services for 3 kids, because I've been on this board long enough, Dr. Zuniga and Mr. Cecil, where we've had some NPSs that can range in $30,000 to $40,000 per student. And so this just goes to show that in our district, and once again to you, Mr. Larry Cecil, because this is educational and curriculum and instruction and services to students. Thank you for us always ensuring that we're able to subsidize things that we agree on at the IEPs to best meet the needs of all of our at-promise students. And so I just wanted to point that out, go on record, and just thank you once again, Mr. Larry Cecil, and also to our special ed director and to Dr. Zuniga. Thank you.
And I like just to add, Mr. Martinez has done a fabulous job in making sure that the kids are getting the proper services, and that the proper services, and he fights for not over, provide, he provides needed, because a lot of times people want certain things, but it's really what the kids need. So he's been able to do that with his team, is be able to provide those services for our most at-risk students. But thank you.
Yeah, that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any other questions or discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve item number 8?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. There's no further discussion. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And count 4-0.
Thank you. Item is approved unanimously by those members present. Moving on to our regular agenda. Sorry, just making sure I'm not skipping anything. No. Moving on to our regular agenda. Item number 1, consider approval of the Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP, for 2021 through 2024. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve LCAP.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Item number 1 is count 4-0.
Thank you. The item is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 2, consider approval of estimated actuals for the 2020 through 2021 fiscal year and approval of the proposed budget for 2021 through 2022 and a presentation of the budget summary. Dr. Zuniga, there's a presentation before we move, before we take action on this item.
This is just the presentation that we referenced to our presentation we did last Wednesday. It's also included. Mr. Alatar and Mr. Narn are also here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion from the board before we take action?
Yes, I have one question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you give me the dollar amount of our reserves? I know we said it was 26%, but can you give me a dollar amount?
Are you referring to the current fiscal year, the next anticipated budget?
This is for the 2021-2022.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so if you want to separate it, go ahead.
If Mr. David Norton, if you can provide the actual amount
Give me
for 2020.
1 minute and 1 second. I'll pull that up. And I'll separate it out for you. So and just to make sure the question was the reserve, is that what the question was again?
Correct, the reserve. And if it's less work for you just to give me the whole amount, just give me the whole amount. That's fine.
Okay, yes. So the reserve is for 2021, that's the year that's ending, we're projecting that reserve will be at 24, I'm sorry, I want to look at the wrong line. Ha. Is at 35,633,186, and that includes the reserve for economic uncertainty. The amount for 21-22 is projected to be $30,383,204.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve item number 2?
Move to approve the proposed budget for 2021-2022.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by was that Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
There you go. That's a yay, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the count 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 2 is adopted unanimously by those members present. Item number 3, consider approval of notice of completion for the solar shaded shelters at multiple facilities project. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo, seconded by Mr. Padilla. Mr. Cecil, you've got your hand up. No? Okay. All right, the item has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Thank you. I think she said yay too. Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
All right. and the count is 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 3 is approved unanimously by those members present, plus a small child. Item number 4, consider approval to enter into agreement with Crate to design, manufacture, and install concession buildings for the Arroyo High School and Mountain View High School athletic stadium projects. Is there a motion
Move to approve?
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry, I'm sorry, moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Okay, any discussion?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
I just I can't tell you how ecstatic I am, and I can't wait to see these projects completed. I remember when Larry Cecil and I believe it was Dr. Zuniga, or a team that went out to that high school, and Mr. Diaz, I believe, also went to see the work that was done from these prefabricated C trains, and I remember when the guy came and tried to tell us that concrete was longer lasting than the steel of these prefabricated C trains, and I remember that I was very irritated by that, especially when I saw the cost of new construction and recalling the amount of money that we paid for a snack bar at South Del Monte High School. I've never forgotten that. So I can't wait till this project comes to fruition at Rosemead High School, and I'm glad to see that we also approved it at Arroyo High School and Mountain View High Schools, and all of our high schools. So I'm excited about that. Great job to Ms. Norma Macias. Great job to Mr. Well Elatar. That's one project that I cannot wait to see how much it cost us, and then compare it to that South Del Monte project that has left a bad taste in my mouth during the entire time that I've been on this board. So kudos, Ms. Macias. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, the item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Count 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 4 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 5, consider approval of the lease agreement between the Almani Union High School District and the Pasadena Area Community College District. Under this lease agreement, PCC will continue leasing the district's premises located at 4105 Rosemead Boulevard in Rosemead, California, 91770. I move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And count 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 5 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 6, consider approval of agreement between the Almani Union High School District and Los Angeles County Office of Education, or LACO, to participate in school-based COVID-19 testing. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Okay, the count is 4-0. Item number 6.
Item number 6, thank you. Item number 6 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 7, consider approval of agreement between the Almani Union High School District and Advantage Athletic Training for the 2021 through 2024 school year. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. I do have one question, Dr. Zuniga. I just wanted to confirm that it is 2021 through 2024, the contract length?
Yes.
Yes.
3 years.
3 years. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So the item has been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Padilla.
Yes.
Mr.
Aye.
Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Count as 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 7 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 8, discussion on recommendations on the school resource officer progressive model for Almani Union High School District. Dr. Zuniga, if you wanted to give a recap from the last meeting, and then we'll continue our discussion.
Sure. Thank you. This is an opportunity for us to elaborate on what we discussed last Wednesday. I mean, it's still fresh in our mind, and some of the input and feedback provided by the board. We appreciate your constant guidance and show of just interest in this subject, because it's important to all of us that we do it right moving forward. And I feel that our district's plan can benefit not only our school community, but also just to send a message that we're taking a close look at some things that we've done in the past, some things that we feel that could be improved within our program, but also the importance that the community has spoken as well, that, you know, the transition time will provide us another year of evaluating the program to pre-implement this actual plan that we have and recommending to the board. And I'm asking for direction as far as beginning the process, if we were to work out the agreements with our city partners and do the best to our ability to try to align what the goals are for this plan into the contract, and also implement the plan during the school year for 21-22.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga.
Yeah.
So last week we had a discussion, although I think we cut it a little bit short because it was getting late, on the SRO program, some of the information that's been provided to us, and you know, our thoughts and ideas on what we feel we should be doing with the program. So I know Dr. Zuniga is asking for direction tonight, so I wanted to open it up to the board about where we want to go with this program for this coming school year for 2021-2022. I'll start off the conversation by sharing that I was watching the Almani City Council meeting last night, and they had their own budget presentation. They'll be adopting their budget next week, and as part of their presentation, the police chief provided an update on the police department budget. And one of the items that stood out is something that he shared to the council, is the fact that one of the proposals is eliminating the community resource office, which includes the school resource officers. And those officers that are in that office would then be reassigned to patrol duty because of the budget constraints that the city is facing. So if the city council adopts the budget with that recommendation next week, that I'm not sure what our move would be. You know, if any action we take tonight or direction we give tonight would be moot, because the program would not continue, at least within the city of Almani. So I just wanted to start off the discussion with that, and then open it up for any other thoughts before we see if we can reach a consensus. Mr. Salcedo, I see your hand is up.
So, given what you said, President Briones, has staff taken into or given any thought as to how that money would be used? I know it's 400,000 plus what we spend on the SROs. Any thought, Dr. Zuniga, as to how we would spend that money? How would we support our students? Because I really wouldn't want to see that money go back into the general budget. I think that we're using that money for the SROs in the belief that they're servicing our students, they're supporting our students. And so if whatever happens, that money is not spent on SROs, any plan or any thoughts yet as to how we would spend that money?
Well, if our plan was to schedule what we have as far as the reduction of the SRO task force, and we're already reducing that cost. And if we were to not move within that direction of having the SROs on campus and have the expenditure, then that would be reinvested back into our LCAP plan, which is under the supplemental concentration, under, you know, after school programming, after supplemental resources that we have for students as far as engagement. That's our goal. We believe that our SEL plan, our social emotional learning, at least for within the next 2 years or so, that we have a strong plan to be in place for the fall with the additional resources that we shared with you last year. So the opportunity to provide those resources are now for the SEL, social emotional learning, our wellness center, our additional staffing that would provide the counseling services, the therapy service that we have. This does not mean that we can do one or the other. If we're able to continue doing both programs, that's something that we feel would benefit the entire school community. But we would want to reinvest back into the purpose of safety, number one, and to ensuring that that continues, and we do our best to really alleviate some of the things that the SROs were doing very well. From outside trafficking, from monitoring the facilities day in and day out as far as the school setting itself, and also just the presence of someone that we can go to in emergencies and immediate response that we can provide. And those things that we would have to reconsider and look at how we can shift over to some of those responsibilities or services. So that, in a nutshell, I believe we would want to reinvest some of those funds. In regards to the plan, when I last spoke to the chief, he did say that the responsibility oversight of the SRO program would be split between two departments in monitoring and looking at the SROs within the school settings. So I haven't spoken to him since last week, but also on Monday he provided the actual contract with some of the revisions we did speak about. So I'd like to know more about where that stands at this point, because I have not been updated on any point from the chief from yesterday's meeting or anyone. So I'm curious to see what that means, because I do recall him saying that it would be split into two responsibilities overseeing the SRO program. I hope that answers you.
What do you mean two responsibilities? Like two different departments within the Almonte PD?
Yeah, it was my understanding that it would be two separate areas that be overseeing and monitoring and supporting the SRO program through the Almonte Police Department.
Anything else from you, Mr. Salcedo?
No, I was just kind of direct kind of what you were reporting on with Almonte City. Do we know when President Briones they'll come to a final decision?
They would need to adopt their budget before June 30th, which is a week from today. And they had their meeting yesterday. I think their next meeting is going to be on the 29th. I believe they would have to do it then. So a week from yesterday. And keep in mind that that's only for the city of Almonte. So that excludes South Almonte High School and Rosemead High School.
From what I recall, looking at my notes, there's a Community Services Bureau and there's a Community Relations Office. So there's two bureaus or two programs that he had brought up as far as in working with the SRO program, or the plans on there. I can get more information also tomorrow if you wish regarding this. One of the concerns I do have is that we are meeting with our partners as well, our city partners, not only Almonte but our Rosemead and South Almonte partners, and we will be discussing at least tomorrow with the city of Rosemead manager what the future lies for Almonte Union if we are to move forward with the SRO program. So I'd like to provide some insight on that one as well as they prepare their budget too. Also, city of South Almonte is awaiting the response from our district as well.
So potentially we could have the unincorporated areas, those cities, in full support, and the Almonte schools not have any SRO program.
Sorry, to clarify one thing, it's the two contract cities.
One thing that you also keep in mind is that it doesn't mean you can't, this is something that the cities are also providing as far as their budget. To request an SRO full-time, if there was a city that opted out, you're still able to do that. Now you have to budget for that if that's something that the city would do and allow 100% that the school district would be responsible for. The reason why we have these contracts is because they are also providing funding to support these programs on campuses too. So we would also engage in another conversation about what that possibility will be if they're not unable to, contribute to the actual cost of the SRO. Wow, that's another option too.
Dr. Zuniga, if I may add, the contribution from the cities in Rosemead and South of Monte is 50% of the cost.
Give or take, right? Because I know there's been some either adjustments or increases depending on the year.
Yes, it's just give and take, but it's around the 50%. Yes.
Okay.
Got it. I'm concerned that, if the El Monte City Council does adopt a budget that eliminates the SRO program, if we decide to move forward with the SRO program, or the board decides to move forward with the SRO program here at El Monte Union, that we would potentially have schools with SROs and some schools without them. So even then, if we gave direction that if we wanted to continue with the SRO program, but reduce the number of officers or deputies that we have, because we contract with the cities of South El Monte, and Rosemead, and for those two contract cities, South El Monte and Rosemead, we don't go directly with the sheriff's department because those cities are subsidizing some of the cost, 50% of that cost. That, if we decided to have, say, one deputy between the two campuses, that the cities would not be open to that agreement because they're not going to want to be funding an officer or deputy that's not within their cities if they're going to be paying for it, even if they're only funding part of it and splitting it with another city. I'll hold off on the rest of my thoughts. I'll open it up. Mr. Padilla or Mr. Diaz?
Yes, I'll go ahead and make some comments. To me, this is a safety issue. And, Mr. Briones, I am saddened that, we are having this discussion about dollars. In tonight's agenda, I see item 19, consider approval of new certificated job class and job description for student affairs director. Really, I'm not voting for no director or for a new position. We can't even get us to approve this SRO positions to protect our students. Okay. Now, just today, I received a text from a community member that informed us, and I thought I would share it with all of my colleagues. Los Angeles violence has now surpassed Chicago as shootings have increased with 600 plus shootings as of today and 350 plus homicides in the past 6 months. Okay. We need officers on our campus. Our kids need to be protected. All of our schools need to be protected. That is our number one priority as a school board member. And I want to make a motion. I want to move that we give direction to Dr. Zuniga tonight, today, to engage in the conversations for the contract for the 2021-2022 school year. And we can also continue all of our discussions with the stakeholder committee that we're going to have, or whatever the proper name is for that. But I'm not okay with starting next year, 2021-2022, without a school resource officer. And what's going to happen, and with Mr. Briones reporting of what the city is going to do and not going to do, I disagree with him. The chief of police from El Monte is very supportive of the SRO program. So I don't, I'm not going to use Mr. Briones as my source. Since when has he become the representative from the city council? And what's going to happen is I don't want to pass the buck that, oh, well, the city's waiting for El Monte Union High School District to decide. And then us saying, oh, no, well, we're waiting for the city of El Monte to decide. And we're both fiddle farting around, and no one takes the initiative and has some backbone to protect our students. So I want to make that motion right now, and I want to see which board members support the SROs for our schools to have an SRO, all of them, on the 2021 school year, 2022. So I would like to make that motion, or I would like to move Mr. Briones. And if it dies for lack of a second, then let the record show who stood up for our kids and for SROs. If something happens in our high schools and we call, I want the SRO to be there. And I've said it before, there are times where you have to put your money where your mouth is. And I hear that we're going to put this money into the mental health and all that. And you know what? 90, and correct me if I'm wrong, Larry Cecil, I would say about 85 to 90% of the students in El Monte Union High School District qualify for Medi-Cal. Their care, their mental health needs, their Medi-Cal, their counseling, it's already subsidized. So when I hear board members that say, oh, well, we're going to use it to provide counseling, we're already providing counseling. 85 to 90% of our students receive Medi-Cal, and those that don't have private insurance. So correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Larry Cecil, or our child welfare director person.
I would have to look at those numbers. I don't know what they are exactly, but that's, you know, we do live in a community that a lot of our kids are getting those assistance.
Thank you. Thank you. So what I would like to propose, Mr. Florencio Briones, is I move that we direct Dr. Zuniga to move forward with the contract negotiations for the 2021-2022 school year. That is my motion, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Badia. I appreciate your zeal. However, your motion is out of order as we're still having a discussion and two members
That's okay.
have been able to.
You put it, that's okay, Mr. Briones. You can put it in whatever order you want, as long as you put it, and we get board members that open their mouth and show us their cards on whether they support our students and their safety or whether they don't. So hopefully this turns up the heat on Mr. Salcido, Mr. Diaz, and Mrs. Estela Torres de Segres. Let's make a decision, and I'm not willing to play any more of these little politics between the city and our district and the other city. Either you support, it's very easy, either you support the SRO program or you don't. So I know you tell a whole bunch of stories and you get it all convoluted, but it's not that complicated. It's very easy. And if we go forward, and the other cities don't have the budget, we have a very healthy reserve, as we just heard the CBO tell us how much we have in reserve. Okay, I don't want it to stay in reserve and then we lose some of our students because we don't want to have a backbone to support our kids. And I'll remind this board, the number one responsibility of the school board is student safety. And I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and that is where I want it to go. And if something happens in our schools, God forbid, and our SROs aren't there to help and be the front line right there, and you could say, Mr. Briones, well, there's been schools where the SRO was there and it didn't make a difference. You know what? Even if we save one kid, you should read the starfish story. And if you've never heard it, it's called The Starfish, and it made a difference to that one. And on that, I'm going to call myself an expert because I did go to college. I have an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and 30 years of experience working with kids. So I will put my experience and I will put my money where my mouth is any day against your expertise, and twice on Sundays. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz, any further discussion from you?
I don't have additional comments than what I already shared with the board last meeting.
Thank you. And I do want to share a couple of things before we move on to any direction. So one of the items that I did want to share is actually, no, before I get to that, sorry, I want to make sure I get it in the right order. So regarding Mr. Padilla's comments about the information I provided from the council, this was something that's readily available. It's a public hearing or public meeting that took place last night. The video, I believe, should be available on the city's website already to review from yesterday's discussion. And in fact, I have a photo I'm happy to share with everyone that somebody sent me of the presentation that clearly states what's on the chopping block from the city's police department, where it clearly states, that their recommendation or suggestion is cost-saving suggestions, regionalization of police services, eliminate units that are not core police services, community relations officers, school resource officers, motor officers, and gang and narcotic units. This isn't something that I'm making up. This is presented by the chief of police last night at the city council meeting. I'm just sharing this information to provide some context about the discussion that we're having. And I think it's pertinent as part of this discussion. The city of El Monte, which is one of the 3 cities that we cover, is having this discussion right now and potentially would be eliminating these services, as of next week for their next fiscal year. So I just want to take that into consideration when we give direction today. I don't want to have a discussion on something where we give direction and then we're told, well, actually we can't even move forward with that. And I understand your and everyone else's concerns for student safety. And I'll stand by what I've said in the past. I think that the way we're approaching student safety, not only in our own community, but throughout the state and the country, is the wrong way of doing it. And I want to reiterate that we're not the only ones having this discussion, that there are school districts throughout California having this discussion, that it is the intent of the state legislature to reevaluate the school resource officer programs. It was in last year's omnibus budget bill, plain as day, section 3800 as it was chaptered, that it is their intent to reevaluate the efficacy of these programs and whether or not they delegate statutory authority to school districts to enter into these contracts. The times are changing. It's not like it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, it was a knee-jerk reaction to an incident that took place, a very unfortunate incident, but one that did take place. And unfortunately, over those 20 years, incidents continue to take place. And even with those officers throughout the country, and particularly here in El Monte Union, there was no data collected. I think there's been multiple times that we've asked for data to be collected and provided to us, and it's something that hasn't been done. We don't know the efficacy of the program. Simply because we have somebody on campus, we can claim, well, it kept people safe. There's no correlation there. Just because somebody is on the campus doesn't necessarily mean that they're effective at doing what it is we think they're doing. And that's not something that I would like to continue without actually having data. The County of Los Angeles has already said that they're going to ask for data in order to justify the school resource deputy program and move forward with that. And I think that's something that we absolutely need to be doing as well, is collecting that data. When I came on board in 2017, and we had a discussion in 2018, I specifically asked about data that is collected when our students have any interaction with the police officer on our campus, whether it's an SRO or otherwise. And I was told that that data just doesn't exist. It hasn't been collected, or it's not collected in a manner that would be, comparative between the El Monte Police Department and the LA County Sheriff's Department. So I have a difficult time moving forward with something if there are no metrics to measure the efficacy of that program. We wouldn't approve any contract for a service or programming with someone without having some sort of metric to measure how effective that program is. I don't see how this is any different. That being said, the last time we talked about all the services that we offer, but I think there's still more that we can continue to offer. One of the things that I thought of between last week's meeting and this week's meeting is, how many families do we refer to agencies like our Savior Center or the South El Monte Emergency Resources Association? More often than not, when I talk to the executive directors at those two organizations, they're looking for funding to help out in the community, particularly ERA. And anytime I can, direct the executive director to funding sources or to be able to receive additional support, for Ms. Ray to be able to help our community members, I send it her way. Would we be able to redirect some of these funds to those agencies in order to have them help our community members when they need help? We're going to see an influx of families who are going to be facing housing insecurity once eviction moratoriums are lifted. There are families that are in arrears, thousands of dollars right now because of COVID and the impact it had on their finances. Once those eviction moratoriums are lifted and individuals are now required to start paying back, any rent that they owe, unless there's direct assistance from the state or another government agency, they're going to be looking for help. And so they're going to have to decide whether or not they want to pay rent that's already due, or if they're going to be able to put food on their table. We're looking at the safety of our families, but it's not just safety from a law enforcement perspective. It's safety from the perspective, how secure are you? Do you know where you're going to be sleeping tomorrow? And those of you on this board who work with children directly understand that many of our families do not know where they're going to be sleeping tomorrow or the week after next. And you work with them directly, and indirectly, I work with some of them as well, as I, take calls and refer them out to other agencies. And those are the things that I'm taking into consideration, because I don't see it strictly as it's a law enforcement issue to make sure everyone is safe. The communities that have the most resources, those are the ones that thrive. And the most resources doesn't just mean the most police officers in your community. Frankly, if you talk to a lot of our community members in certain neighborhoods, they'll tell you more police officers doesn't make them feel safer. And again, and I want to really highlight this because it was mentioned at last week's meeting, about comments I had made in the past, that this is not about individual officers. It is about the institution, what it stands for, and what it means to have officers on our campus. Those officers that are there now, again, I'll say it time and time again, they are nice individuals. I've known many of them. I've worked with some of them, for many years while I was an employee with the school district and while I'm an employee with the county now. But it's not about the individual. It's about the collective body and what it represents to have them on our campus. One person may say, well, having a cop on the campus is keeping them safe. Another individual may say having a police officer on the campus desensitizes our students to interacting with law enforcement. The biggest concern I have is that because somebody is interacting with law enforcement, it makes them feel as though that is something that is to be expected. And one of the things that we have tried and continue to try to eliminate in our school district, and other bodies have done this as well, is that school to prison pipeline. Making sure that the resources are there to make sure our kids who are at promise make it to where they need to make it and don't end up, justice involved. Because it's a lot easier to deal with a student now while they're in school and provide them the resources they need to get where they need to go to be able to flourish and thrive than to have to deal with an individual who's now listed in a database somewhere, with the tag that they're identified as a gang member or gang involved. And those are the things that I take into consideration when I talk about, what it is that we're doing, what our priorities are. Our budgets are a statement about our priorities. If our budget is allocating $450,000 to law enforcement, but we only have one college and career counselor on each campus, that doesn't speak well to me. If we were paying for law enforcement services, but we don't have better than average counseling services, that doesn't speak well to me. If the fact that two of our campuses have one less administrator than the others, but we still have SROs on the campus, that doesn't speak well to me. So I want to make sure that if we are going to be moving forward with this, that we take a serious look at what that role of the SRO is going to be, and two, that we do it in a very limited scope. And lastly, that we start collecting data as part of the agreement, both with the Sheriff's Department as well as the Amani Police Department. Because I'm frustrated that we've asked for data in the past and that data has not been made available, because we're told that it doesn't get collected or doesn't get collected in a manner that would allow it to be shared in a way that's equitable or has parity between the different agencies. So if we are going to move forward, I won't support this moving forward unless as part of this, we ask for data to be collected. And I'm happy to either make the motion with the stipulations, or if somebody else wants to make the motion to move forward, then I'll make an amendment that stipulates exactly what data we need to collect and capture so that we can start analyzing the efficacy of the SRO programs in our district.
And then I will move. I move to support the SRO program, to give direction to the superintendent to approve SROs at all 5 of our high schools for the 2021-2022 school year, with the addition of collecting whatever data you want. I'm open to that. I think that's a great idea, but we need to move forward with this. So that's my motion. on the floor, Mr. Briones.
So you left it open-ended there for the data. Are you okay leaving it open? I can provide the information that I want to have collected to Dr. Zuniga separately, or do you want that now?
Well, talk to us. I mean, what do you look? You're looking for what types of contacts are our students having with law enforcement? The reason you want that is to see if the contact with the officer is a negative contact or a positive contact. So yes, we can collect that data both for the positives of what the things that they do, and we can document it, as well as if there's negative contacts where they do have to do other things. So I'm open to that discussion about what data you want or our colleagues want, because absolutely, as a school board member and as a Latino and as a person who has a sibling that is incarcerated, I know a little bit about that. And when you talk about Mr. Briones, it irritates the hell out of me when you say that these things are subjective. They're not subjective. We've got principals who have been in their role and are experts for 20 plus years. I've done it for close to 30 years. Give us a little credit. We are in the trenches, and we have the data, and that's why we respond positively to the surveys that was provided. And our parents aren't stupid. They're very intelligent, and their children is their prized possession. That is the thing that they love the most. I've got 2 kids that I've raised that are my nephews because their father is incarcerated, and I want them to be protected in the schools. Okay, so I made the motion. If you want to be more particular or specific about what data you want to collect, go for it. I'm fine with that. And we can ask Mr. Salcido and Mr. Diaz what data do they want. I'm not opposed to collecting the data. I'm opposed to throwing out the whole program and starting from scratch. That's my motion, Mr. Briones. And I want to put the motion to a vote. There comes a time where board members have to feel the heat and make a decision. You can't fiddle fart around. Either you're for it or you're not. We've heard you. We've heard you.
You've made the motion, so we can move forward at this point.
Let's move forward then, Mr. Briones. Yes.
Okay, so I will offer the following amendment to your motion to move forward with negotiating the contracts or entering into contracts with the Amani Police Department or the
Can we
city.
hear from Mr. Diaz before we move forward?
He had indicated he had nothing new to share, but I'm happy to have him chime in if you'd like.
Well, I've had my hand raised for the last 5 minutes or so.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm on another screen on my computer.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to clarify for all of us. I heard Mr. Padilla and I hear you, Mr. Briones. However, I also want us to be conscious of the presentation that was shared by Dr. Zuniga and Mr. Larry Ciso at the last board meeting that had 4 key parts to it, one of which was accountability and data are already being captured as part of that. My understanding is that what we're discussing tonight is on that progressive model for Amani Union High School District that includes that already. So I don't know, Dr. Zuniga, if we can put up those slides that you all had shared previously, but I really want us to come back to what the recommendations were by Mr. Larry Ciso and Dr. Zuniga, because I don't, unless you have additional things to add that are different from what was presented at the last meeting, I think that the progressive model already captures the request for data and accountability for SROs.
So I do thank you, Mr. Diaz, for your comments and for chiming in. And I apologize, I didn't see your hand was raised. I do have specific information that I'd like to collect as part of the interactions that officers and deputies may have with their students, mostly because I want to ensure that there's parity between the data that the Board of Supervisors has directed the Sheriff's Department to collect and provide to the Office of the Inspector General, and the data that the Amani Police Department would collect. Because I don't want it to be a situation where we have data being collected and provided by one agency and much different or lesser quantitative and qualitative data collected and provided by a different agency.
Yeah, my impression of that was that data would be collected equally from each of the respective.
But there is specific data that I want to make sure is made as part of this motion or this amendment to the motion.
Okay, Dr. Zuniga, are we able to pull up the slides?
Yes, sir. Let me get that for you right now.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Zuniga is getting that. I think one of the things, Mr. Diaz, I don't think that this, what's on the agenda, I don't think that's allowing us to move forward with the contract discussions for next year for 2021 and 2022. Or is it, Mr. Cecil, Mr. Dr. Zuniga?
Sorry, Mr. Padilla, could you clarify your question? Because I didn't quite understand it.
Yeah, my question is, if we approve item number 8, does that include having an officer on our campuses for the 2021-2022 school year?
What the direction I'm requesting is to begin the process of negotiating the 21-22 school year. So your answer is yes to that, my answer.
So we can give direction that says any number of things. I mean, you've made the motion to ask for officers and deputies on each campus. So that's the direction right now. I mean, there could be a substitute motion that says we move forward and only have one officer and one deputy and they rotate, but that's just a hypothetical right now. I want to make that clear. Because the motion on the floor right now from you, although it hasn't been seconded yet, is have officers and deputies on each campus, basically moving forward status quo. And then once we see what the presentation shows, and then I'll offer up my amendments with the specific data that I would like to, that I want to see collected if there's consensus from the board.
Mr. Steelman, if you can put the last slide on, please. I believe it's slide number 9, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. I think the conversation is around the ensure transparency and accountability as far as some of the information that we discussed. Yeah, if the board wishes to have specific concrete data, then we can have that discussion and we can integrate that into that recommendation. That's not a problem. Just ideally that we would have to have this information presented to our city partners, and in those conversations, if it's the SROs, the Sheriff's Department already has incorporated this, if the county given direction, I think that could be simplified into our contract. And I believe, in my opinion, that Chief Reynoso also would be open to that collection of data as he provided in the past as well.
So, Mr. Padilla, your motion is to give direction to staff to negotiate the contracts for essentially the staffing model, that's status quo. But I would say with these recommendations from staff that are here before us, and I'll read them in, and then I'll read my. So actually, let me go back. Your motion, I would ask that it includes these recommendations. So if you want to amend your motion and read in these recommendations, and then I'll read in my amendment after.
Sounds good. Okay, so I, Ricardo Padilla, school board member, move to give direction to Dr. Edward Zuniga to continue to have SRO, school resource officers, and protect the safety of our students at all five comprehensive high schools, including Fernando Ledesma. And I will read this into the record so that it shows that that my motion also captures the recommendations brought forth by staff. Number 3, ensure transparency and accountability. Provide mechanisms for transparency and accountability, including annual mandatory public reporting on SRO activities, data and meaningful complaint resolution system. Establish a district-wide SRO community task force comprised of students, staff, community stakeholders, and police agency representatives. Annual community survey, data collection and analysis report to parents and community. Hold community forums to discuss the school resource officer program. If possible, school resource officers wear body cameras. Number 4, promote restorative approach to campus safety. Integrate research-based practices to improve school climate and student behavior. Expand on restorative practices and youth diversion programs. Resume SRO programs with modifications to a uniform job description by working with our city and law enforcement partners. And lastly, request adaptation to SRO uniform to improve student and community relationships. And now I will allow Mr. Briones to add the data that he wants.
And we also have two additional ones. The prior slide has 2 additional recommendations that are two topics.
Okay, put them up and I will read them into my motion also.
We're in the previous slide, Mr. Chairman.
Also, as part of the recommendations, establish a progressive model for policing in schools to include the following components. Number one, governance. Define school resource officers within context of the district's educational mission, vision, and goals. Establish an agreement within our city partners that demonstrates shared understanding of goals of the school resource officer program, including support and training. Define clear roles and responsibilities of the school resource officer. Initiate revision to job descriptions of school resource officers, defining what is expected of the school resource officers. Number two, distinguish disciplinary misconduct and criminal offenses. Students should not be subject to formal law enforcement intervention for ordinary school discipline issues. Citations, court referrals, and arrests should not be used against students for most behavioral infractions. Parentheses, normal adolescent behavior and nonviolent infractions. And lastly, cite, refer, or arrest when there is no other alternative and only when there is a serious threat to school safety. And now I will allow my colleague, Mr. Briones, to add the data that he would like captured.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. So the first amendment I do want to offer is in the staff's recommendations, if we could change annually to quarterly per Mr. Diaz's request at our last meeting. The next item, and I do have some lengthy additions here. So as part of the data collection, the quarterly data collection, that the following data points be collected and shared with staff and the board include: one, data that is collected as part of the Racial and Identity Profiling Act of 2015. Two, school site crime incidents reported to or observed by law enforcement agency, including the Sheriff's Department. Three, the number of inquiries into the Los Angeles County Regional Identification System by school police departments, by local police department or the Sheriff's Department personnel who are stationed at schools. And this data, I asked that it be disaggregated by school site. Four, the number of times that law enforcement, including the Sheriff's Department, was called to a school site and included for each incident. One, the type of call, the related offense, example, trespassing, disruption, battery, possession of a weapon. And three, the resolution of the call. Five, randomly selected and redacted or anonymous incident reports detailing incidents for which staff referred to law enforcement. Six, the number of times law enforcement agency, including the Sheriff's Department, officers issued a citation to a student on school sites for school-related offenses, on school sites for non-school related offenses, and off school sites for school-related offenses. Seven, number of times the sheriff or law enforcement agency officers contacted students off school site for matters pertaining to school-related incidents. Eight, number of times that sheriff or other law enforcement agencies handcuffed, restrained, or summoned students on campus. Nine, the number of arrests of students made by law enforcement agencies, including the Sheriff's Department. 10, on school sites, as part of number 9, on school sites for school-related offenses, on school sites for non-related offenses, and off school sites for school-related offenses. 10, number of times any arrested student was offered or placed in diversion. 11, complaints or grievances. The number of complaints and grievances against the Sheriff's Department or law enforcement agency, disaggregated by the number of complaints lodged against individual officers, identified by the officer's individual assigned serial number or identification number. Complaints and grievances should include, but not be limited to, any reports of injuries or excessive force. 11, referrals. The number of referrals by law enforcement agency, or including the Sheriff's Department, of students from school sites to wellness centers, medical facilities, tutors, mentors, or other resources in lieu of arrest or citation, including referrals pursuant to California Welfare Institutions Code 5150. 12, full and complete copies of the sheriff or police department officers' logs pertaining to activities on school campuses. And That is it from me. Those are the amendments to this motion. If Mr. Padilla, if you are amenable to that motion, I'll entertain a second.
I'm in agreement. I have no problem with data. Data is not good. Data is not bad. Data is the data, and it is what it is. So thank you for adding that.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion as amended?
President Briones,
Yes, sir.
you know, I just wanted to add, I mean, I thought we were going to vote on this recommendation anyway, but I do approve of the your amendment, but also, you know, I just want to make sure that the parent meetings that we have, just make sure that we either have translation services or we hold them in different languages as well and different locations, just to get different, just to make sure that we have participation by all schools. So just with that, I'll second.
Thank you, Mr.
Excellent
Salcedo.
suggestion, Mr. Salcedo. That was an excellent suggestion about the language issue. Great suggestion. I love it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from staff? I know I went through that kind of quickly. I'm happy to give you the specific information so it's clear.
No, just a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Finally, we will see who can put their money where their mouth is and who wants to ensure that our kids are safe in our schools. That is it, Mr. Briones.
Thank you. And then just to clarify, Christine, or excuse me, Madam Legal Counsel, do we need an actual vote on this, or are we just giving direction with consensus?
Just direction and consensus.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that if there's nothing more, that concludes item number 8. Moving on to item number 9. Consider approval to ratify laboratory services agreement between the Almani Union High School District and Fulgent Therapeutics LLC for COVID-19 testing services. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
I'm second.
Second by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Item, I believe is number 9 is count 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 9 is approved unanimously by those members present.
Mr. Briones, quick question. Mr. Briones?
Go ahead.
I would like to ask legal counsel. I want legal counsel on record as to why could we not take a vote if we wanted to. I had a motion on the floor. It was seconded. Why couldn't we call for a vote? I would like for legal counsel to go on record and give me an explanation of that.
So this is going back to item 8. There's nothing formal for the board to vote on. And so that's why we're giving direction to the superintendent to come back with agreements that
So my motion
all of those
was
items.
So my motion was not a formal motion then? It was informal?
I mean, I take it as a motion to give direction to the superintendent, and your colleagues also gave consensus for that. So there's no formal approval happening. It's just consensus to come back with something formal for you to actually vote on.
But we did. I thought we were trying to decide whether we were going to have cops on our campuses for the 21-22 school year. I mean, if we want to, I mean, there's nothing that you've said to me, legal counsel, of why we can't take a vote. Could we take a vote if we wanted to, legal counsel? Yes or no?
So if I may, Christine, sorry. So Mr. Padilla, so I don't know.
Hold on. I would like for legal counsel to answer my question, Mr. Briones. If this board wanted to, could we take a vote to see which board members are in support of my motion and which are not?
So
Legal counsel, can we do that? Yes or no?
I'll allow Ms. Sue to respond. I do want to provide clarity before she responds. Item number 8, if you look at the agenda, there's no action. It's only discussion to give direction to enter into the negotiation, to give staff direction. Where we actually will vote is when those agreements come back to us for ratification by the board. So at that time, when the 3 agreements will come to us, one from Almani, one from Rosemead, one from South Almani, then we'll vote on approving those contracts. So we were just giving direction tonight.
I got it, Mr. Briones, but you're not the attorney. Let the expert answer. Ms. Shu, can you answer my question? If this board wanted to, could we call for a vote? Since I made a motion, it was seconded. Could the president call for a vote? Is there anything illegal about calling for a vote?
I guess there might be some confusion as to what exactly is being voted on. Because the agenda item, like the board president just stated, it's a discussion item. And so there's direction being given if you want clarity, I guess, from each board member on what their thoughts are in regard
Well,
to
let me hear from Dr. Zuniga, because it's my understanding that this included, I asked the question during the discussion. I asked, does this include us having a cop at all 5 of our high schools for the 2021-2022 school year? You told me yes, Dr. Zuniga. Am I wrong or am I right?
The plan would include to have representation of school resource officers at every school site under this plan. That's my response to your question.
Okay, so my question to you is, does this include SROs for the 2021-22 school year?
If we were able to negotiate an agreement which the board is comfortable in the agreement, and you vote on the actual contract agreement when it's brought forward, then it becomes official.
Is it included in okay, so fine, let the record show then that this vote we did not take a vote on it. We'll allow that, legal counsel, if you say that we don't have to vote on it then, okay? So let the record show that I wanted board members to say yay, they supported, or no, they didn't. But instead, we just bypassed it. Instead, we gave direction.
All right, thank you. Sorry, moving on back to on item number. Sorry, Dr. Zuniga, you're gonna have to refresh my memory. On item number 9, did we approve the item?
Yes, the vote was 4-0 on item number 9. We're on item number 10 for the resolution.
Thank you. So item number 10, consider approval of resolution number 40-20/21 for Juneteenth Celebration Day. I'd like to move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? I just will chime in very quickly. I want to, since we weren't able to adopt this last week, had it been adopted there, we would have congratulated everyone on celebrating Juneteenth, which is now officially a federal holiday. However, I want to point out that simply recognizing Juneteenth is not enough when there are 28 states that are currently working to suppress voters' rights. This is only the start. This is something that needs to continue moving forward. You know, emancipation and enfranchisement of African Americans has been an ongoing process for the better part of 2 centuries now. And that struggle only continues. And I think by recognizing Juneteenth and continuing to fight for not only equality, but also, to ensure that our government is representative is something worth fighting for. So with that, if there's no further discussion, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
They count 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 10 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 11, consider approval of resolution number 41-20/21, approving absence of board member from previous Board of Trustees meeting. I move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing
Nope.
none?
Just hope that Mr. Salcedo is doing well in his recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. If there's no further discussion, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo.
Abstain?
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
We have count 3-0-1. One abstention from Mr. Salcedo.
Thank you. Item number 11 is approved by a vote of 3-0-1. Mr. Salcedo abstaining. Item number 12, consider approval of resolution number 42-20/21 to establish Fund 8, Student Activities Special Revenue Fund. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'd like to have some discussion even before we do that.
So we do need a formal motion and a second before we move to discussion.
No, we don't. Legal counsel, we don't need a first and a second.
Excuse
We
me,
can
Mr.
have
Padilla,
discussion
I'm chairing
first.
this meeting. I do appreciate if you would follow decorum. I've asked for a motion in a second. I'm happy to move the item if you want to second it for discussion.
No, I'm asking legal counsel, you know, on Robert's Rules of Order, you don't need to second. You can have discussion even prior to that. Correct me if I'm wrong, legal counsel.
The Robert's Rules of Order is, it's a guide, and we have not adopted it.
Right.
And the board president does run the board meetings, and so I will defer to him and how he wants to run the meeting. And if he wants to ask for a motion and get a second, that is within his purview to run the board meetings.
Did you hear that, Mr. Salcido? Because that's something that you've done in the past where we just go into discustion. So as long as we're following it, I will follow it. I will follow it. I will second.
Thank you. So I've moved to Mr. Padilla has seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. How can we in our right minds put a position that's going to eat money off our general fund for a student affairs director when we just had a budget presentation in the last meeting saying that there's no discussion for raises for CSEA. It's not on there for raises for teachers, and we're fiddle farting around discussing whether it's too expensive to put SROs on our campus, yet they try to sneak this in on number 19 where maybe people have already logged off.
Mr. Padilla, I'm sorry, the item is number 12. Are you looking at the right item?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was on 19. I'm still heated about that. Okay. I apologize, Mr. Briones. I'll wait till 19 and then continue.
Just to be clear, I made the motion and you seconded item number 12 on the student activity special revenue fund. Do you want to stay with that?
Aye.
Okay. So you want to second it then?
I second it, yes.
Okay, so if there's no discussion on the item from anyone else, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote on item number 12.
Okay, item number 12, Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the count of 4-0 for item number 12.
Thank you. Item number 12 is adopted unanimously by those members present. Item number 13, consider approval of resolution number 43-20/21 for annual delegation of administrative authority to process budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers for school year 2021 through 2022. Is there a motion to approve this item? I will move to approve. Sorry, Mr. Salcedo, you moved?
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo, seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo? Mr. Salcedo?
Yes, just trying to unmute myself. Thank you.
Yep. And also Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Item 13 is 4-0.
Thank you. Item 13 is adopted or approved unanimously by those members.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. We have Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And the count 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 14 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 15, consider approval of resolution number 45-20/21 for temporary interfund cash borrowing between funds for fiscal year 2020-2021. This item is related to item D1. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo.
Yes.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The count is 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 15 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 16, consider approval of resolution number 46-20/21 for temporary interfund cash borrowing between funds for fiscal year 2021 through 2022. This is related to item D2. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Counted 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 16 is adopted unanimously by those members present. Item 17, consider approval of resolution number 47-20/21 for temporary transfers from the school pools fund for the year 2021 through 2022. This is related to item number D3. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Counted 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 17 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 18, consider approval of declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2021 through 2022 school year. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
All right. We have Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Counted 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 18 is approved unanimously by those members present. Item number 19, consider approval of a new certificated job class and job description of the Student Affairs Director. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second? I'll second the item for discussion. Dr. Zuniga, if you want to provide background on this item before we have discussion from the board.
Sure. The information that was provided to the board in their memo provides some background on the purpose of this assignment. This is in response to the support at the 2 smaller enrolled schools, which have the 3 administrators. And though the recommendation also is to have 1 administrator to support both school sites to alleviate some of the certificated duties such as IEP, such as the evaluation of employees, the actual monitoring of oversight of various programs on campus. We feel that this benefits our 2 schools by having a teacher on a special assignment to support the Student Affairs Office. That means that they would support the administrators in coordinating some of the activities, co-curricular programs, and also after-school programs as well. And what we did is we had to draft this based on the Student Affairs Office, the responsibilities that we feel that TOSA would benefit and help. I think one of the most important things that I discussed with the board in previous times is that the transition from a school teacher to administrator is very difficult in our district. And providing this segue to support an educator who wants to be an administrator, a great leader on campus, does not have that here in this district. Providing this opportunity for TOSA to have this under a student fair under the guidance of an administrator, basically the training grounds, it would allow at least 2 of the schools to have this. And also really, if you look 5 years, 10 years down the road with some of our, either retirements or even folks that are leaving the district, it's very challenging to encourage teachers to be in this position because of the experience that they don't have here in this district. So we feel that overall, it's a response to what we're seeing with declining enrollment. I've experienced in some of our educators to become leaders within our district for many years to come. So we felt that this was something that would be a good opportunity for discussion. And though the funding is provided through supplemental concentration in our funding source at this point, because it provides support in co-curricular programs and after-school activities too. And this is also something that we would look at as a way to support our students through this segue here. So that's a little bit of the nutshell. I don't know if Ms. Ford wants to discuss anything related to the job description itself or anything related to the teacher's agreement along with the district, and we reviewed this with them.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Zuniga. We did work with EMUHSD on the job description and reviewed it a couple times with them to make sure that it was okay. And was meeting their expectations as one of their teacher members, our unit members. And we did have that dialogue and go back and forth with them. So wanted to make sure that we did not have administrative duties in this position, that it was a teacher on special assignment that was there to support students, knowing coming back their social emotional needs are going to need to be met, and those outside activities are going to be very important for our students to build upon.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga and Mrs. Torres, for that information. One question from me, is this position specific to the two schools that have smaller population, or is it something that we would begin there and then expand to the remaining campuses, or is it for all 5 comprehensive high schools?
The goal is to have the first 2 schools go. We hope that the decline enrollment does not continue, but we forecast that decline enrollment will continue. And we really have to look at our administrative staffing ratios in response to what we're doing also with teacher ratios and other counselor ratios, or even classified ratios too. So all that, as far as the forecast, preparing for what to anticipate in 5-10 years, I think this would may be built or suitable for, high schools across our district, if unfortunately the decline enrollment continues on over the next 5 to 10 years. But choose certainly at this point, and obviously learn from what transpired there into the other schools if necessary.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did we not have something similar to this? I don't know if it was formalized like this, but yeah, at Altamani when it first opened before the enrollment grew?
Yeah, that's correct, sir. When South opened up in 1992, they only had 2 classes, but they were larger classes than we had now. But it equated to probably about maybe a little bit over 1,000 students. They did have the principal and the 2 assistant principals, but for quite a few years, maybe the first 2 or 3 years, I believe they did have a director of activities, which was a teacher on special assignment that was running the activities office at that point.
Okay, thank you. With that, does anybody else have any questions on this item?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
So Mrs. Robin Torres, one of the things on the agenda, or on the today's agenda that I don't like is, as a board member, I don't just want to see, we will place this person on the CWA or the whatever it said on their schedule. I want to see some numbers. So I want you to tell me on the CWA schedule, or where you plan on putting this TOSA position, what is the beginning pay and what is the ending pay, so that we know at a minimum it's going to be what that lowest pay is and what the highest pay is. Tell me what that dollar amount is, Robin Torres.
Okay, give me 1 second. I will pull that up for you.
Yeah. And then while Robin Torres is pulling that up, Mr. Elatar, I want you to once again give me the 26%, the dollar amount for the reserve, and also Fund 7 and Fund 12. Give me those dollar amounts. I know I asked for it in the last meeting, but I'm asking for it in this meeting in case there's some people that didn't attend last board meeting. So again, and if it's not Fund 7 and Fund 12, I'm referring to those other funds where we stashed away either 4 million or 3.4 million. Okay, so I want the 26% reserve dollar amount, and then the Fund 7 and Fund 12 amounts. Well, Mrs. Torres is giving us the salary dollars for this creative position that we want to invest in when we know that there's declining enrollment. We heard Dr. Zuniga say that he hopes that we don't continue to decline. The experts have told us that we're suffering from declining enrollment. The report that the developers did, Mr. Elatar is always talking about that. That's kind of like the direction that we're going. Why would we want to have more employees when we have declining enrollment? But that's besides the point. What's the salary range?
No,
Robin Torres first.
Mr. Padilla, the salary range for a year 1 experience would be $59,026. And for somebody on column 5, which is a bachelor's degree plus 68 semester units, including a master's degree. And the 30-year anniversary step would be 113,672.
Okay, and obviously, if you're going to hire somebody for that position, you're not going to hire somebody who's green. You're going to hire somebody who's, qualified, and it's going to be further to the right than it is to the left. But I got it, 113,672. What's the average salary for our CWAs?
The CWAs are on that same salary schedule.
And what is that average?
I would have to look at their years in the district. That would determine that.
Okay. And so, Mr. Alatar, how much money do we have in reserves? How many million? What does 26% equate to?
Okay, so as Mr. Norton indicated, the estimated actual for 2021, this fiscal year, is 35,633,000. For 21-22, it's estimated to be going down to 30,383,000. For projected for 2022-23 is projected to be going down to 22,699,000. And for 2023-24, the last 3 years of the multi-year is projected to go down to 12.644.
I get it, but there's a budget that is approved every year, and I get it that you have to forecast, but let's count our chickens that we have right now, which is the 35 million. So on Fund 7, how much do we actually have right now in Fund 12?
Okay, so I think you're referencing Fund 17. So Fund 17.
Yes, you're correct. I could have the funds wrong. That's not my area of expertise. You're absolutely right. So Fund 17, how many millions do we have there?
We're estimated to end balance of 4.28 million.
Okay, and then Fund 12, do I have that one right, or is that one wrong also?
I believe you're referencing Fund 20, which is the post-employment benefits.
I'm wrong. So it's Fund 17 and Fund 20. Thank you for correcting me. You're our expert, so I thank you. What's the dollar amount on Fund 20?
The post-employment benefit fund is anticipated with an ending balance of 3 million.
3 million, okay. And then the SRO program that we talked about, I know we said it was 400,000. Is that 400,000 per officer, and then we pay 50% of that for each of those positions? Or clarify that, Dr. Zuniga. Each officer costs us about 400,000, but the city pays 50% and we pay 50%. Correct me, please.
I will correct you. No, that is not correct. The total amount that we spend for our SRO program equates to the 400,000 plus. That's just for the district side, and that includes what we had in the past and this year with all the 5 resource officers. So it'll be lower than that after this.
So 400,000 for all 5, right?
If you were talking about this past year or previous year, because we didn't have it this year.
So let's say we approve this position tonight for the TOSAs, the 59,026, but they can make up to 113. And it's always been my experience that whenever we hire these positions, they're always coming in with a lot of experience because we want the most experienced person for our students. It's going to be on the higher end. So there's about $113,672 from this TOSA position that we could use for the school resource officers. And one of the things I know regarding the council, and I'm talking about this right now because this is all money, is that if we made the decision to support the SROs, the decision for the city council will be very easy. They will not touch those dollars because they will support education. They have been supportive of education. For as long as I've been on this board, they've been supportive of education. The council, the city, the police chief, it doesn't matter who's been on that council. Even if we haven't always agreed on a bunch of topics, one thing that we have agreed on is education and the safety of our students. And so I got it, 113,672. That's what the possibility that this TOSA position can cost us, or it can cost us as low as $59,026. But I highly doubt that. But that's my 2 cents.
I also want to mention that our intention and goal is to apply it in-house only, where we would have some of the teachers that are currently in classrooms to fill that vacancy. And I believe that if we have a fit where you have some overage still within our schools, because we anticipate we're still overstaffed now because of the staffing that we anticipate with the numbers that we have, that this would not be the additional person coming in from another site, another school district, or another outside the school district if we're able to do it in-house. So we're being very strategic on how we can do this, at the same time address the concerns of everyone here today.
I get it that you're trying to be strategic, but you also told me that you're using supplemental concentration funds, okay? Those are funds that are supposed to be used for English language learners. Those are funds that are supposed to be used for foster youth and homeless. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Larry Cecil. The county has frowned upon us and school districts who use supplemental concentration funds to fund positions. And I know you're going to say, oh, they will work with English language learners and all that. We already have an English language learner, TOSA. We already have a person at each site that works on curriculum and instruction. Why are we using supplemental concentration funds to fund this type of position?
And you also forget that social economically disadvantaged kids are part of the supplemental concentration, with about 90% of our population that's on there too. And we're not reducing any of the EL or services that we have provided for foster youth to fulfill this position here. That would not be our response to this. I believe that we have this opportunity to do that under these conditions, that we are supporting all students, not only our foster youth and ELs, also the majority of our kids, which are SED students, that can participate in programs and also be supported by this individual too.
Well, there's supplemental concentration funds for students. So I would rather see these funds go to students, either in things that students can get, or in supplies, or in program, but not to an adult individual when we have declining enrollment. I want to see those funds used for supplemental concentration fund for students, which is what their intention is. And Robin Torres knows that. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I do want to point out, as part of this discussion, since Mr. Padilla did touch upon the SRO program, that when the SRO contracts were approved in 2019, those are paid out of S&C as well. So I just wanted to point that out. If there's no further discussion, the item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll call a vote.
Quick question.
Go ahead, Mr. Salcedo.
Did I hear correctly, Dr. Zuniga, did you say assistant IEPs?
No, sir. That is in addition to the TOSAs, that there is a split administrator that would support the schools in that setting that the TOSA would not be able to do.
Okay, but not the TOSAs. Okay, got it. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, we'll start off with Mr. Padilla.
Absolutely not.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The count is 3-1 with the no from Mr. Padilla.
Thank you. Item is approved by a vote of 3-1 with Mr. Padilla voting no. All right, moving on to board communication and roundtable. At this time, it's an opportunity for board members to bring up topics or issues to be brought forward for future agenda items, as well as to report out on any communication that they'd like to share. Just a reminder for everyone that there is a 5-minute limit per board member in this particular area. We'll start tonight with Mr. Padilla.
Yes, about 2 board meetings ago, I asked for an investigation on Mr. Carlos Salcido and the use of facilities with the Suns baseball team using Mount View High School and other high schools in our district. And Dr. Zuniga did reply to all of my questions, and I haven't had a chance to review all of them, but I will. I'm glad that he's back so that he could be here when I'm talking about him. But I would like to have a discussion on whether there should be an investigation and call for a vote on whether we truly want to be transparent to let the community know that Mr. Salcido for years has been using our fields and benefiting off the baseball fields in our school district, and has displaced some of the practice times for some of our students that play on the baseball team And I've asked questions about how people get into the campus, et cetera, et cetera. But Board Member President Briones, I would like to have a discussion about this in the interest of transparency, to let the public know that we have nothing to hide. And I would like to call for an investigation. And if I get shot down in my investigation, I want the record to show that. And I want to memorialize that and see where the rest of my colleagues are with transparency. So it's making reference to the investigation of the use of facilities by Mr. Carlos Salcido's son's baseball team. Item number 2, if we're going to be making decisions on school resource officers and talking about, cops and the police chief, why don't we bring the police chief and the school resource officers so we can hear directly from the horse's mouth of, who our decision is going to affect. So I would like to ask that we have a presentation by our school resource officers so that they can come and talk about what it is that they've done, things that they've prevented, shootings that they've prevented, violence that they've prevented. Because I think there's nothing more powerful than hearing directly from the experts, the people on the campus, the people who do this job day in and day out, some of which have done it for 20, 25, 30 years. I want to hear from them. We all talk about it and we all, have these long, lengthy discussions, but let's bring them forward and have them directly in front of our face to tell us what it is that they do with our students and what it is that they do to keep us safe. Not only students, but also staff and administration. Those are my 2 items, Mr. President. Hopefully I stayed under the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. So for your first item, you're requesting an investigation on facilities use?
No, I'm requesting an investigation specifically on Mr. Carlos Salcido's son's team using our school facilities. So don't change my words. That's what I said.
Okay, so I just want to be clear what it is that you're asking for.
I just clarified it for you. You asked me
you.
if I wanted an investigation on the use of facilities, and I answered you and said that no, I want an investigation into Mr. Carlos Salcido's team using our facilities, specifically Mr. Carlos Salcido's team. And I say specifically because he's a school board member. He should not be benefiting, or his son should not be benefiting, or his son's league should not be benefiting from the use of facilities of our place. That's just not okay. It doesn't look good. You don't get to benefit and use the facility whenever you want. And I've yet to read the responses that Dr. Zuniga gave me, but I told you that I was there in person. And when I asked the parents of the baseball players that were playing, I said, how did you guys get onto our campus? Their response was, oh, Mr. Salcido fixes everything. Mr. Salcido arranges it. And, Mr. Salcido responded in one board meeting and said, oh, I don't have a team. I have nothing to do with that. Then why are the parents saying that? Let's find out why those parents are saying that Mr. Salcido fixes everything. And I also want to find out if the PSEA employee, who's a plant manager over there, was doing stuff he shouldn't have been doing.
So, Mr. Padilla, I want to engage with you in this discussion. I do have a couple of clarifying questions. First and foremost, answers were provided to the questions that you submitted to Dr. Zuniga. And a response was provided to you by legal counsel on your request. You indicated that you have not read the response to your questions. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Briones. I have not had time to read them. Okay. And so that it's very separate from the investigation, okay?
Well, I have to disagree with you there that it's not separate. It's part of what you requested.
Well,
I wanted it to be clear that
if you disagree.
I wanted it to be clear that you did indicate that the responses that were provided to you, you have yet to read them. And that is correct.
Yes, because I want to read them to then make the public aware of what the responses were. But I'm just Mr. Padilla. I'm biased. I'm biased. It's just my opinion.
Those are your words, not mine.
Correct. Just like when you speak on the SRO program, you have your opinion.
I do have another question on this. So yes. You indicate that you want to investigate as you're saying, Mr. Salcido's baseball team.
The use of facilities.
The use of facilities.
Yes.
So I do have an issue with that you're singling out an individual organization without really offering up any evidence, right. Aside from your own biased opinion, as you've just admitted to. Yes. However, if you really want to force the issue, I would be happy to give consensus to move forward with an audit of all of our facilities use agreements with all of the organizations that use our facilities, both baseball fields and otherwise, right. to see who is doing the necessary paperwork, carrying the necessary insurance, paying the necessary fees, and so on, because I have an issue singling out one particular organization absent of any proof.
Right.
But I do want to know that if there are other organizations that are utilizing our facilities, that they're following the proper protocol.
Then you make your own. Then you make your own request. That's your request. Don't change my request. I've already clarified what I'm looking for. And so, if we don't have consensus and you don't want to support it because you want to protect,
I'll support it. I don't believe that this is protecting anyone. If you want to see who's doing what,
then don't change. Don't change my words. Okay. If
I'm telling you what I would support.
Well, then you make your own motion. That's what you support. That's your bias. You want to find out everybody who's using it. That you asked me what it was. I don't understand how that's biased. You asked me for what I wanted. I clarified it for you, and then you're saying that if it were you, this is what you would want. Well,
I'm telling you what my consensus would be for. I'm telling you that if you want to investigate the use of our facilities, then we should audit our facilities use agreements and not target one individual group.
But your board communication, it's not your turn. That's at the end. Right now, it's my board communication.
I'm engaging with you on the item.
Right. So
I'm not responding to you. The time that you have left over. You have about a minute and 35 seconds if you want to add
so I'm responding to you that that's not what I want. Okay. So don't dirty what I just told you.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you make your request. If there's no consensus, then we'll move forward.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Fair enough, Mr. Briones.
And your second request was for presentation from the SROs. Do you want the SROs officers? Do you want the chief, captains from Temple Station?
Yes, they would. The chief of police and the captain from Temple City and our 5 resource officers, so we can have them directly in our face, so we could talk to them and they can talk back to us and we can engage. And the community can hear us have it, live. And those people that are interested in student safety and our SROs, they'll log in. Maybe we could even have, VMA announce it, school board members to discuss SRO program and its future in El Monte Union High School District.
Well, I mean, I think we had that discussion today and gave direction.
Yeah.
But if you want a presentation from the SROs or on the SRO program, if there's consensus from the board to have a presentation from the chief from the El Monte Police Department and then the Temple Station captain, and they can invite the SROs.
That sounds great, Mr. Briones.
So I'm asking the rest of the board what their thoughts are.
Okay.
Because you've already asked.
Yes.
Anybody else want to chime in on that one?
Yeah, for me, I know we had a presentation from the SROs, at least the El Monte PD, actually both the sheriff's and El Monte PD. Given COVID, I'm not sure what there is to update us on. So I'm not quite sure what they would share in addition because we already had that presentation. So it's unclear.
I don't think it's unclear. Just because it was COVID doesn't mean that they don't know what they've done in their jobs for the years that they've been doing it. 1 year, erase 1 year. They know what they've done over the years. I want to hear it directly from them to say it to our faces so that then, if we end up chopping that program, we can see that they came to us and told us what it is that they do.
Yeah. Can we have, but there was no SROs during COVID. What I'm saying is that we had a recent presentation from them which they shared what the SRO program was and what services they offered and what duties.
Sounds good, Mr.
performed.
Diaz.
So,
If we don't want one, sounds good. If you don't want it, fine. Just say that.
Anyone else? What was your recommendation, David?
no, it's unclear to me what they would share that's new information because they already gave a presentation. So I don't know what else we're going to learn from the presentation this time around. I think, Dr. Zuniga, you can maybe pull the presentation, share with Mr. Padilla. So when he has time, he could potentially, read it and review it.
Yeah, I want live. I don't want to read it. I want to hear them live. There's a big difference when you have them in front of you and they're talking to you rather than reading it.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time they presented to us was November 6, 2019, which was just over 18 months ago.
Okay, guys, whatever. Move on if we don't want it. It's getting late. That's fine.
Okay. Those are your two items. Thank you. Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, thanks, President Briones. I just want to reflect on a couple of things from the previous superintendent's update. One of which was the ethnic studies and the data that was shared there. I just want to thank Mr. Larry Cecil for sharing all that information. In particular, some of the things that I pulled from it were that students said that overwhelmingly 93% of them said that it helped them become a critical thinker. And one of the quotes here of the many that you all shared that really stood out to me was, "I learned I shouldn't be ashamed of myself and that racism shouldn't stop me." And I think when we all initiated this program into thinking about ethnic studies and reflecting on our history and our culture, I'm really happy to see these initial results of the ethnic studies program and the overwhelmingly positive feedback that we found from our students. So just want to thank you all for that work, and I'm really proud of our district to be able to offer ethnic studies. I also want to give a big kudos to everyone that worked on making graduation feel close to folks, with the live streams. I know that the board approved that item to make sure that we had live streams. And then special shout out and kudos to Dr. Zuniga. I heard that it was your idea to bring Mrs. G back for Royal High School, and Gabriel and Mr. Flores. They had set aside a robe for her, and they called her onto the stage, and it just felt like a really nice moment for her, especially given that she wasn't able to do that in her last year. So thanks for that thoughtful action. I know that Mrs. G really appreciated it, and the community really liked seeing her back. So thank you. The other thing too is, we heard our presentation today, how, we're leading the way in the e-bus revolution. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but sincerely, if we could get board direction to have that kind of kickoff event or celebrate, all the movement around the CARB grant, that would be appreciated. And then the other thing too is that I had an opportunity to talk to Dr. Maria Morales this morning. And one of the things that she raised to me is that the city of El Monte has approved a feasibility study or some type of study looking at their internet broadband connectivity, specifically the speed and access. And I think given all we've learned during COVID, this infrastructure that they're looking to build, or the feasibility of the infrastructure that they're looking to build, it would be great for Mr. Silman or Dr. Zuniga to participate and provide an input and feedback on behalf of the district. So I'm sure at some point, Ms. Alma Martinez, the city manager, will reach out to you, but I just wanted to flag that for you all. I think it's a great move on behalf of the city of El Monte, because I know we've all of us that live here in the city of El Monte have experienced our collective issues with internet access. Mm-hmm. And then lastly, I think that for me, I just, again, want to really thank Robin Torres, Dr. Zuniga, Larry Cecil, Mr. Alatar, all the CSEA members, teachers, volunteers who have participated in making sure that our students, parents, and family and community are being vaccinated. I think when I look at, my full-time job, we're helping in the areas of El Monte, South San Jose Hills, Avocado Heights, Pomona, and looking at the landscape really in respect to what school districts are doing. I think we're leading the way in making sure that our students, families, and parents have access to the COVID vaccine as well, which I consider to be life-saving work, you know. And so I read in the board report, or actually it was a presentation later, that over 1,700 persons have been vaccinated, right? And so I think that's a great accomplishment by the El Monte High School District. And so, you know, I look forward to potentially being able to offer more vaccination events through the high school district, because we know that's where like the majority of the 12 and over folks are going. And so with that, I'll just make a plug. We are going to be hosting a vaccination event on July 9th at Cortada Elementary in the El Monte City School District from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., as well as July 10th at Cogswell Elementary from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., and then July 16th at the Rio Hondo Adult Education Center off of Tyler, across from El Monte High School. And so all these events will allow for people to choose between Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson. And we're going to be having goodies to give away, from Dodgers tickets, LAFC tickets, to free cyber yogurt at the Cortada event, a free breakfast at the Cogswell event, and then to be determined dinner of some type of goodie at the Rio Hondo event. We still haven't settled on what that'll be. But, you know, you all that work with families and parents, I could share more information with Dr. Zuniga and Robin Torres to make sure we get the word out on that. So with that, Mr. President, those are my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Salcedo.
Thank you, President Briones. I do have a couple things. One for Dr. Zuniga. As a parent, I got a message from the district about a parent virtual return to school that states it's tomorrow, Thursday, the 23rd. But today is the 23rd. And so that might be a little bit confusing for our parents. So if we can correct that, Thursday, the 24th.
Thank you for knowing that.
I believe the email was correct. It was the text message that was incorrect.
Okay.
We'll fix that, Mr. Salcedo.
Yeah, that's just a heads up.
Okay, thanks.
You know, as far as Mr. Padilla's, comments about all that, I mean, I read the questions that Dr. Zuniga took the time to respond to, and like I told him, anytime I get a request or information about fields, I tell them all the same thing. You need to go to that principal, And when my son's coach asked for that, I told him the same thing. Like, you need to go to that site admin. You need to ask. You need to fill out paperwork. I go, make sure you have your insurance. Make sure you got everything else. So I made sure that he took care of that. And like I told Dr. Zuniga from the very beginning, he knew day one that, just to be transparent, I didn't need to tell Dr. Zuniga, but I made sure he knew, hey, by the way, the team that Joaquin's on is going to use, they applied, blah, 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 just so that right? But that was my role in that. I'll leave it up to you, President Briones. If you want to do an audit, I'll leave that up to you. But those are my two things, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. So hold on, let me set my own timer. So I have a couple items from last week's meeting that I didn't get to share that I'll share tonight. So the first item is I wanted to thank the staff, Dr. Zuniga, cabinet, and then Mr. Diaz for joining me and our community, although it was a very limited event, at our LGBTQ flag raising ceremony. This is the third year that we do it in our district. It's the second year that we get to do it in person. Last year, obviously because of COVID, we didn't get to have our ceremony with our students there. But I was also happy to see that the city of El Monte has also begun recognizing LGBTQ month and is flying the pride flag over City Hall as well. So it was a really great event. Very short, because obviously we were still under the tiered system and we couldn't have a large crowd. But it was nice to have folks there. And I do want to give a special shout out to Councilwoman Dr. Maria Morales and Councilman Herrera for joining us there as my guests. And so it was a really nice event. As was mentioned earlier, we had our graduations earlier this month. And let me tell you, it was just such a joy to be on campus this year. Last year, we had the drive-through graduation ceremonies. but it just wasn't the same. It wasn't the same having all of our students on campus with their family members, there with all their friends and school friends. So it was great that we were able to do it this year. And it still felt as though folks were kind of in this twilight area, don't know if we should be hugging or shaking hands or how do we celebrate, and oh, the ceremony's over and everybody has to get out of here because we can't have any crowds. But guess what? It's now June 23rd. We're a week out of the June 15th reopening, and numbers have been holding in LA County and in California. Those metrics are looking good. So as long as folks continue to receive their vaccine, those who haven't been vaccinated already, we're going to be in a good spot, and we'll be able to continue to have these joyous moments and meet these new milestones as we continue to recover from these last 15 months with COVID-19. March 13th is always going to be a date that's going to be burned into my memory. That's the date that everything shut down, and I'm happy to know that we're in a better place today. And I do want to recognize the now over 600,000 Americans who have lost their lives to COVID-19, and just hope that everybody keeps them and their families in your thoughts. This year, I had the honor of accepting the class from Amani High School, as well as the Amani Rosemead Adult School. And at the adult school, I had the distinct pleasure of running into a young woman, and I say that tongue in cheek, because she looks young to this day, but she and I actually went to high school together, Ms. Fuentes, who's a graduate from EMUHSD now. Unbeknownst to me, she was a few years younger than I. Because of life circumstances, she was not able to complete her high school diploma at Mountain View. Life took her in a different direction. She had her family, she raised her kids, and lo and behold, in 2021, her daughter graduated on June 3rd. Is that the right date? I don't even remember anymore. June 3rd, yes. Her daughter graduated June 3rd from Mountain View High School, class of 2021. And Ms. Fuentes graduated from the Amani Rosemead Adult School on June 4th, earning her high school diploma. So I had the pleasure of being with her that day while she received her diploma. So it was just great to participate. And the EMUHSD graduation is always really, it's a great event because it's a second chance for so many people. So, and I was really happy to see that we were able to recognize both the class of 2020, some of the graduates were there from last year, as well as the class of 2021. And a special thank you to Dr. Kerr, who joined us this year, who was there as a guest, as well as all of the faculty and staff who were there on campus. It was just such a beautiful event. The other item I wanted to share, we do have, it's getting to be summer. We do have heat waves that we're experiencing, and it's getting warm again. So please, if you know somebody who doesn't have air conditioning, needs somewhere to go, and particularly now that we're past or we're post June 15th, there are cooling centers available for you to go if you need somewhere to cool off. Please visit ready.lacounty.gov/heat in order to look up cooling centers in our area. Last meeting, I looked it up, and there's a cooling center at the South Amani Library, at the Amani Library on Tyler, at the Jack Crippen Community Center, and then other areas just outside of our district. So I want to make sure that folks know that these cooling centers are there for them. And then regarding the request that Mr. Padilla made about an investigation, as Mr. Salcedo's already shared, Mr. Padilla submitted his questions. They've been answered. The answers were provided to him, and we received these answers, I believe, 2 weeks ago. And I think that's more than enough time to have sat down and read them and kind of processed them. I've been in discussion with staff and our legal counsel on this particular request, and I've read the requests, I've read the answers, and I feel that it's more than anything, it's a fishing expedition for something that really isn't there. But if that's the direction that we want to go, I will ask for consensus to produce an audit on all of the facility use agreements that are in place now to ensure that all those organizations are following the proper protocol to request facilities, that they provide their insurance, that if they are filing as a nonprofit in order to not have to pay our fees, that they are indeed nonprofits, that they're not providing false information. Because I don't think that it's fair that we're targeting one organization without any proof. It's the equivalent of a bill of attainder, where you basically punish someone without a trial, without proving anything. So if there's consensus from the board, I'm happy, to direct staff to audit the facilities use agreements, but I'm most definitely not in support of targeting one organization because one member has a political agenda that they're trying to move forward in order to discredit or to bring negative information against somebody else. That's not something that I'm supportive of. If you want an audit, I'm happy to give direction to staff if we get consensus. Otherwise, I think this is all a farce. So that's all I have to share. I'll leave it to the rest of my colleagues if they want to move forward with with an audit. Otherwise, I think that's it.
Yeah, I'll support the audit.
Mr. Padilla?
That wasn't my request. That was your request, Mr. Briones.
Right. So I'm asking for consensus on my request.
I'm a no, Mr. Briones, because you changed what I said.
Okay. So at this point, then I'm going to withdraw my request for consensus, and we'll leave it at that. So that concludes board communication and roundtable. At this time, we will reconvene. We'll recess into closed session. Legal counsel, if you'll report or if you'll read us in, please.
Thank you. Closed session items are as follows. Item A is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, existing litigation, case number RIC 1401471. Item B is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, public employment, assistant principal, 2 positions. Item C is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, public employment, facilities, and technical manager. Item D is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, public employment, maintenance, and operations coordinator. Item E is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, labor negotiations for EMUEA. Item F is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, labor negotiations for EMUEA adult ed. And item G is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, labor negotiations for CSEA Chapter 11. We also have the closed session item from our first closed session, which was pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, 2 matters. I don't know if we have any public comment on any of the closed session items.
No public comment.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. So with that, we will recess into closed session, and then we will report out just as soon as we're done. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys. We'll see everyone back out here as soon as we're done with closed session to report out. Welcome back, everyone. We are reconvening out of closed session. Madam Legal Counsel, if you'll please report out.
Thank you. For item A, which is the existing litigation item, direction was given, no action was taken. For item B, the board took action to hire Jamie Hahn as assistant principal by a vote of 4-0. Board member Torres de Seigres was not present in closed session. The second item for under item B, the board took action to hire Dr. Jennifer DeBaca Sandoval as assistant principal by a vote of 4-0. Board member Torres de Seigres was not present in closed session. For item C, the board took action to hire Erica Kolbush as facilities and technical manager by a vote of 4-0. Board member Torres de Seigres was not present in closed session. Item D, no action was taken. Items E, F, and G, no action was taken. And for the earlier 5 p.m. closed session item pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, 2 matters. As to the first matter, the board took action to terminate employee ID number ST 5004912 by a vote of 3-1. Board members Briones, Salcedo, and Diaz voted yes. Board member Padilla voted no. And board member Torres de Seigres was not present in closed session. As to the other matter, direction was given and no action was taken. And that concludes the close.
Thank you, Madam Legal Counsel. So at this time, I will move to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Santiago Leon. Santiago Leon was a student at Mountain View High School. He was on his way to becoming a junior. He was diagnosed with leukemia in August of 2020 and was homeschooled this past school year. Santiago leaves behind his mom, his dad, a 2-year-old, and a 3-month-old sisters. Santiago was a cheerful student that got along well and had a strong bond with his teacher, Mr. Lopez, his counselor, Ms. Padron, his assistant principal, Mr. Gomez. Santiago passed away peacefully on Friday, June 11th. And he also had a very powerful bond with his teachers at Payne School. I ask that if you are able to, please go online to contribute to the efforts to pay for his funeral expenses. You may do so at gofund.me/E2806705. With that, if there's no objection, we are adjourned. Please stay safe, have a wonderful summer, and have a safe and fun 4th of July. And we'll see you all back on Saturday for our board retreat, and then August 4th for our next regular board meeting.
Good night.